Welcome to today's live show. We will be doing a little bit of a breakdown towards the end of this video. This week's a little bit crazy for me, but I'm going to try to show up here as much as possible. We have a lot going on with the GME AMC thing. We have the difference right here on your screen of XLU to the SPY that we need to get at, because if we curl over this 2 hour this morning, it might be a bad thing. But remember this, I think this is the most important thing to remember about what is going on right now. We are playing their game. Do not be fooled into thinking that we are not still playing their game. We are. They can manipulate this market however they want until something breaks. And once something actually breaks, once GME AMC causes them to have to cover or something like that, or bank failures, anything like that, anything that causes the system to actually break, most likely they already know about it, so they are mainly probably expecting it. So we have to understand we are playing their game. And good morning, get your coffee ready. We got a good one for you today. I do have a video I wanted you guys to watch, just a 30-second clip of Andrew, is it Andrew Left? I think it's Andrew Left, the guy who shorted GameStop last time. I wanted to show you guys his body language this morning, and I thought that would be a lot of fun. Welcome, Jagger Laws into Booster. First 3 in. We like to see you here bright and early. Oh, it's going to be a good day. I feel like it's going to be a good day. I was up late with baby girl last night, and then she had an absolute massacre in her diaper this morning, so that was why she was fussy. Yo, what up, Ocean Goose? Yeah, we broke out the Stitch mug for today, folks. It's a serious week. We gotta have some serious mugs for a serious week. As you trickle in, make sure to hit that like button. It really helps your boy out. We'd like to grow the community so that we can teach more people about technical analysis. On Twitter, I was messaging a guy who's very seems to be very informed about the AMC GME side of things, and I just said something, and he was talking about how technical analysis doesn't work, and you can tell he's been beat up by it a lot. And then I was like, well, if it doesn't work, it just means you need to understand that the market's rigged, and you have to pay attention to the right things and pay attention to how you can get screwed. Risk management is one of the best things that no retail trader really does. Literally, like all of them, nobody knows how to do it. We teach you how to do that here on this channel, here in the course. So let the trading begin. And here we go. My father was a drinker, and one day he came home crazier than usual. Alright guys, so what I wanted to do once we get a few people in here was show you this clip of Andrew, I think it's Andrew Left, I'm pretty sure that's his full name, with Citron Research, and that's the one that, you know, he got screwed by GameStop, and guess what? He shorted it again. And so I found a clip of him being interviewed, and I wanted you guys to not pay attention to what, actually pay attention to what he says, but I want you to pay attention to his body language, okay? We're gonna look at the body language, and you tell me if you think he is worried or happy, or if he is faking being happy and he's really worried. That's what I'm gonna show here in about 2 minutes, once we get some people to trickle in here. 2 minutes. Now, we did get NVIDIA to update, but the options won't really post till this morning, so I'm just going to use the volatility of last week, the implied volatility of last week. I assume it's going to be similar, so those levels aren't going to be exact this week. Maybe we just don't read into it too much. I'm not going to be trading around NVIDIA. This stock is super rigged. But we are ready to go this morning. I'm just waiting for a few more people to trickle in. Smash that like button so that we can watch this little video clip together. Let me get that set up, by the way. Really appreciate all the people that were taking the course. I've been trying to hit them up. If you had trouble with the credit debit side of things on Teachable, I've been trying every day. Don't think I'm not. I am trying every single day, and they still don't get back to me. Now, they did get back to me briefly and just said, oh, we'll look into it, pretty much. And I was like, that's kind of a weird response if I tell you your payment processing isn't working, for you to say, oh yeah, we'll look into it. I'll send it to a guy higher up. It's just a little fishy to me still, but we'll see what's going on with that. All right, we got 24 likes coming in. Let's keep that rolling. And as of right now, we have about 60 people. So I think we can show this clip. I think we watched this clip together. I want you guys to see Andrew Left on CNBC. And I want you to see, this is when the Roaring Kitty was about to start his live stream. Seems to, like, pretty much, we're going to put that up there because right before his live stream, they interviewed him. And he keeps saying over and over a couple things. And he keeps saying over and over, Oh, on the RSI, it should be basic settings. 14, 14, 2. Sorry about that. And then I use the SMA. Source closed. Source is always closed, you know that, but this is it right here. Sorry about that. I think it's the basic settings, that's why I don't go into it. Like I said, I keep it very, very simple. I'm not someone who tries to overcomplicate things. I think if you understand the complicated things, like how the dollar relates to something, how XLU relates to something, how you find those crash signals, and then you just know that the market's rigged, and you know, hey, I need to wait for momentum dying out. What's the put call ratio? Look at that point. Like those type of things are more like you can look into them, but as long as you're managing your risk, you will not get screwed in this market. It will affect the market, but TLT has a big range, I'm pretty sure. So TLT actually has a massive range this week. So I think we're probably going to see some rip-arounds with the yields this week. And that makes total sense because we do have FOMC, Fed interest rate decision, right? CPI. So there's a lot. Okay, let's watch this clip before we get too close to the open. I think it would be very, very good for you guys to pay attention to this, okay? I want you to watch this guy's body language. Now, this is referring to the AMC and GME thing, but it does relate to the market because we know that the market stocks are their collateral. Stocks are their collateral, so this can affect the stock market. Yeah, and I did take my long play on the VIX. I was very open with that as well down here at these levels. I took the 30-minute double bottom and boom, popping higher. So and actually at the end of the day on Friday, I was already up 40%, which is very, very interesting because like we did not see any kind of real like sell. I mean, I understand there's a little move, but 40%, that's pretty damn good. So let's pull up that clip real quick. Let's just watch this real quick together. Let me make sure the sound is on and all that good stuff. But all I want you to do is I'm going to play this little clip. He's kind of smug. And I just want you guys to pay attention to his body language. And you tell me if this guy is worried or not. You tell me based on his language if he is worried or not. And I'll give you my take on it as well. I just want you guys to think about that stuff. Ready? All right, 3, 2, 1.
Situation. It wasn't a big trade. It's still not a big trade. It's not a big position.
Let's rewind just a tiny bit here, okay? First thing is, it's not a big position. Keep it in mind.
To the reporter, yes, 100% I lost. It was not 100% loss.
Oh, okay, I got you. Okay, so 100% you lost.
Yes.
And you said that an angry mob had harassed you. So I guess my first reaction was when I saw that you were short again, I was like, again? Why?
I know.
Tell us.
I know. I mean, after my first marriage, I said I'll never do that again. And certainly I'm happy with the second. So sometimes you go back in. At the time, it's a situation. It wasn't a big trade. It's still not a big trade. It's not a big position. When the stock went higher, as a trader, I naturally sold some. The fundamentals don't match up to the stock price. And I think the dynamic is different this time than it was back in 2021. So, you know, it was a decent trade. It's a small position. Now, it could go higher. Sure. Why not?
Stop. Okay, so notice this. This is very important when you study some body language and behavior. Notice how fidgety he is, and he keeps saying it is not a big position, it is not a big position, it's a small trade. No, it's just a small trade, it's a small trade, it's a small trade. He goes on to say it's a small trade, I think 4 more times. So I think that this is actually a very big trade for him. I think this is actually a very big position for him because he is so fidgety while he is saying it. Now I want to play this last part right here. Look at his face right here. And you saw that smug, smiley asshole look, right? You saw that smug, smiley asshole look. It's a small position. It's fine. My wife, the second wife, blah, 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 blah. But I want you to see the real feelings come out right here. I want to play this last little bit, and I want you to see the change of his smile down into this. This is a huge thing, because if you're happy, you will continue to be happy, right? You'll be like, this is a small position, and you'll just be like, I'm not worried about it. That's why you'll see me when I say I take a small position. I'm like, hey, it's not a big position. I'm not very convinced about this. Nothing about me changes. This guy changes, and I want you to just watch this last 10 seconds here again and watch that change in real time.
Certainly I'm happy with the second. So sometimes you go back in. At the time, it's a situation. It wasn't a big trade. It's still not a big trade. It's not a big position. When the stock went higher, as a trader, I naturally sold some. The fundamentals don't match up to the stock price. And I think the dynamic is different this time than it was back in 2021. So, it was a decent trade. It's a small position. Now, it could go higher. Sure.
Look.
Why not?
Stop. Notice what he said before his face went back down. It could go higher. Sure. Why not? That is someone who is very fucking worried. I'm just telling you right now, that body language right there is, I am very fucking worried. I'm trying to say I'm not. He looks down to his right. He definitely has a piece of paper or some kind of iPad, something down to his right. I've watched this like 3 times because it's so interesting. And you'll notice this from every short seller that they have interviewed on CNBC. They all look down and to the right. They all have something they are referring to the entire time. And before they even get interviewed, if there's multiple people in the interview, you're going to see them continue to look back like they're worried. They need to make sure they're memorizing what they're supposed to say. So I read this body language and I say, there is deception here. That's the best way to put it. There is deception here. And anytime he talks about, are you worried about the stock going higher? You see this face. You see this face. No smile. The smile is fake. It is all pre-written shit. It is so pre-written. Now, I'm not saying this has to happen, right? We still do technical analysis. That is what we are learning on this channel, okay? We're learning about technical analysis here. Let me get this organized correctly. But so that's what we mainly pay attention to. But this is a good sign, right? People say, like, I don't pay attention to fundamentals. I really don't. But I'll pay attention to body language. I'll pay attention to how someone feels. I'll pay attention to what they're telling me to buy because I know it's usually the opposite. Okay? So we're paying attention to that today. That's what we're going to get into throughout today. We're going to be looking at GME and AMC as we go down and we look into all these stocks. Let's just try to go across the board real quick before the open here. What do we notice? Well, we mentioned Apple could head higher. The reason that Apple could head higher and I got out of this trade was my risk management. My risk management saved me. It said there's another screwed move happening right here. There's another rigged move happening right here. I got out. I did that live and then that bounces back up. Now, someone right here might say, okay, this is the moment. This is the moment. It never crossed on the MACD on the 30-minute. It never crossed over. This is why I never got back into the position. I need that to cross back over on the 30-minute. And that is my confirmation of that divergence again. What do we notice? Well, we head a little bit higher. Yes, you have room to the upside. You have room to the upside, but I'd be very, very cautious with these type of things this week. Now, maybe this extends for some time. We go up to the weekly expected move, right? We can read into those things. The ultimate signal, I believe, is going to be this 2 hour. If it's able to curl up, I think we make some kind of brief divergence here. So I just watch out over the next couple of days. We did have Roy and Kitty post that tweet of the Joker in the scene right before he robs all the banks, right? He gets everyone to rob the banks and everyone gets killed off and stuff like that. And the thing about that was he put a 5 in the cat, and I have no idea how to read into that. No one has any idea how to read into that, okay? That'll make more sense later, probably at the next thing he posts. Now, as we look at Tesla, this one was very, very simple in our video last night. It was if the 2 hour crosses down, that's bad, because then that daily might be shifting down into negative territory. But if the 30-minute crosses up, that's good. As of right now, you're seeing that dip down. That's all you have to pay attention to with Tesla. I'm still not trading this. This is a lot of liquidity being built up in this range. So once you break out of this, it could get pretty ugly. So whether you break to the upside or downside, this is a long time, a lot of traps, and I'm not seeing any really clear signals yet. I'll update you if I do. Amazon, what are we noticing? Pulling back. Remember, this is what they said on Thursday and Friday. Let's see. Thursday and Friday, they told you to buy this from like noon or maybe 10 a.m. We'll say the morning, 10 a.m., 9 a.m. maybe. So in the morning, what do we notice? Right here, they were saying, buy Amazon. Here, they were saying, oh, yes, Amazon is a huge buy. Now we're pulling back. Okay, so this is how they fake you out in the market. They tell you to buy it at the exact wrong time. This here, what do you need to do in order to take a trade? Well, this is like a swing trade, right? We see a huge buildup. We're in positive territory, all a good sign for Amazon, but I'd wait for that to build down to the center line. I'd wait for that to get towards that center line and curl back up, just like Apple did. Just like Apple did. Look at this. Curl down to the center line, we get a cross up, okay, we get a little bit more positivity, there you go. Just like Apple. But this right here is not the best setup. Because if you curl over on this 2 hour, you do have the potential to go negative. What does that mean? Well, because we're high up, we could create some kind of higher low. You have to be open to it because we're pretty high up here. But we could also test this, go make a new one. So I'd be very, very cautious with Amazon. Taking anything to the downside right now doesn't make sense. Daily has crossed up, so I don't take shorts on a stock that just curled up on its MACD. It's just one of my rules. NVIDIA, this one here, we see the 2 hour divergence. It did complete, but that doesn't mean one more rigged move can't be in this, right? We see the divergence all the way across. We're holding up at higher levels. Its price is starting to get real tight in here, by the way. It's starting to get really, really tight. Okay, so we could get one more move up, right? We could get another move up with this split and then see something happen. We'll have to pay attention to this going forward as we pull this down. Let me see if that kind of lines up. Look at that. It lines up really, really well. So now these things, you want to read into them, but you want to make sure you're following your signals, following your risk management, okay? But right now it looks like it's starting to break down. We'll see what happens with this morning. The 2 hours already crossed, and that's the signal that says, hey, there's weakness here, at least some kind of pullback. So don't think that they can't have this pull back and then curl right back up and do something like that to kind of screw you over. Pay attention to your risk. Make sure that timing is right. This is a pretty big move down for AMD. I'm really worried if this 2 hour crosses over for AMD, because if this 2 hour is able to cross over, it's going to go negative. It looks like it's going to go negative. Still pay attention to how you can get screwed, but if this daily starts to roll over, that is not a good sign. We'll go back into our buy zone down here. We'll see if we're able to create divergence or something like that. Meta has a very similar look, and let me see if there's anything to the upside here. Yeah, you're at the center line now. So this morning, you're going to be at the center line for a 30 minutes. So if that 2 hour is not going to cross over, you're probably going to see this 30-minute curl up early on in the day. Pay attention. If you're on Patreon, pay attention to those weekly expected moves. Meta, this showed that rejection divergence. We were talking about the double top rejection divergence. Look how steep it is. Look how steep it is on this RSI. Such a steep move there. So something could be forming here. It really could. And this right here could turn over in 2 hours. What do we notice about the 2 hour? Well, it's about to turn over. These are the things you have to pay attention to. So watch out for the bottom side weekly expected move for Meta. We'll have to see if Roaring Kitty does anything or executes a position. I don't know what he's going to do. As of right now, Microsoft looks a lot like Amazon to me in this run up. Looks a lot like Amazon to me in this run-up. I got to be careful of that 2 hour. That's going to be a bearish thing if that rolls over, because you're really close to negative territory. If we're getting some kind of pullback, this makes sense. You do have divergence right here. It's the divergence without crossing up on the MACD, so you're getting a rejection divergence. This is still a contrarian bearish signal. I want to be very clear about that. These are contrarian bearish signals that say a potential in reversal and trend can come. But if this just rolls up, see how it's rolling up right now, actually. If you see that roll up, well, there could be another positive move left, and then you want to see what happens from there. So just wait for the actual setup. Being patient will really help you out. Now, Google is what I called out at the end of last week, just saying, hey, watch out, because this here on the 15-minute looked like some steep divergences here. What do we notice? Well, you pretty much have rejection divergence at the highs here, and you start to roll down. And right around this bar here, I said, oh, watch if we break this trend, because that's going to roll over the 2 hour. And look at the 2 hours just about to roll over. So maybe we get a retest. You know, we still have to pay attention to the 30-minute curling up. But if this rolls over, you want that to be brief if you're bullish. You want that to be brief, still stay in positive territory. But if that's able to go negative pretty steep, you might head lower right away in the week. We'll pay attention to that. Netflix actually setting up a head and shoulders on the lower high here. And look at that. It was able to curl over on the 2 hour. You're seeing a slight red impression. So it's saying weakness on the 2 hour, but it's not negative. That's very important. So how could we get screwed? Well, if the 30-minute curls up, you're going to get screwed, right? Because the 30-minute curls up, it's going to go positive. And guess what? That means another positive move can come. Maybe we go try to test the previous high. But right now we would say, hey, if this curls up, we got a good shot to test this high. Go make a new one for Netflix. AMC, the big chart here is going to be the 30-minute. The 30-minute crossing up going positive would be a good sign. As of right now, we're not seeing much buying, but we know the problem is real. We pulled up the short sales. It is real. And the 15-minute never curled up, so no reason to take an upside trade like 0 DTE. We talked about this over the weekend. This is just, if you just really have to pay attention to these signals. You don't want to front run anything. The guy I was talking to on Twitter, yeah, he's got good info and he hates technical analysis. And I just said, well, he's not paying. That is a person who probably didn't pay attention to how they can get screwed. So how could you get screwed? Well, if I go early into this, I'm going to get screwed. You want to wait till that momentum really tells you like, hey, I'm at least crossing up. That's a contrarian bullish signal. Okay, now we cross that center line, boom. So once we cross that center line, you can feel a little bit more comfortable, see if that 30 minutes able to curl up. That's what you'd really be looking for. The important level I have marked off for today, I'm still holding this 437. I really like that level still, but 633 is going to be the updated level for this week. 633, so 633 is going to be the updated level for this week, and that's just the level that the options market expects it to go to the upside. So what would you need to do to surprise the options market? Because positions were added in here, short positions were added in here. These guys are still underwater, but these guys are still technically, they'd be in the money maybe. So if this can go boom, well, this is where I expect they try to force the stock down. If we go boom, I expect us to see some kind of force down here to get back below 633 by the end of the week. I think that'll be very important. On GME, similar thing, and I just wanted to point out the 15-minute as well. This never crossed up. Now, it looks like it might this morning. Now, that is a contrarian bullish signal. That's very important to understand. You're not positive yet. So this could go like this and just get beat down. This is a rigged stock. They are actively trying to force it down, and Roaring Kitty proved that in his video. Roaring Kitty proved that in his video, and we use MACD, RSI, and I use some moving averages. I use them sometimes for entries, but really I just wait for that MACD to cross and see the good setup. I wait for a good setup. I'm a very patient trader, and I manage every single trade. That is what makes me really successful. I do not let them screw me over in the market. I don't let them. Sometimes I just sit back, I wait for all the divergences at the same time, and I only take that play. And that one play in a whole month, I could have one play in a whole month, and that play will print, with my options trade, it'll print anywhere from 100 to 200 to 300%. Just by being patient. I'm patient for sometimes a whole 25 days straight, and on the 26th day, I go, I can take a trade, and 4 days later, I get to take profit. That's how it works. So as of right now, we want to see if this is able to turn up. That would be a good sign for a bullish contrarian signal, but we need to cross that center line. As of right now, I think the main signal to pay attention to, the 30-minute crossing up. Now, we do have 41.17. Remember, new positions were applied in here, new short positions that are pretty much making money, but these guys are still hurting. So as of right now, you would say last week they didn't want to end above 29, but new positions have been added. So now they don't want it to end above 41.17 by Friday. So as you get up to here, if we're able to push up to here, this is going to be where that fight takes place. If we head to the downside, I'm going to assume that, weirdly enough, technical analysis can help you with the timing of things. If we head to the downside expected move for GME, that's going to be a big move. And at the same time, I think that that's a good indication of that might be where we actually see a turnaround for this thing. As of right now, for GME, I wanted to mention GME and AMC both getting a 2-hour pullback. So we could see more negativity come and then see that turn back around. We'll look out for anything down here. But really, it's just anytime this curls up, that could be the moment. Looking over at volatility, the dollar still holding higher, positive as of today, so still going higher here, and volatility is getting a pop. So we're going to see some bigger swings here, and the 2-hour was able to cross. So this is the moment to really pay attention. This is really a big moment to pay attention. The only thing that I could see happening here is if we double dip again, maybe we set up some kind of higher low. So we'll pay attention to what's going on today. What's the SPY doing this morning? Starting to break down a little bit. Maybe it wants to catch up to XLU. How are you guys doing this morning? How was that breakdown? Was that good? Was that good? Scale at 1 to 10. How was it? Was it like, it felt like an 8.5. Felt like an 8.5. What do you guys think? Oh, important about GME and AMC. Maybe this will pull it up to an 8.7. The daily is positive still. A 9? All right, I'll take a 9. The daily is positive, guys. The daily is positive for AMC and GME. That can change very early on this week. We'll see. But I would suspect Roaring Kitty's at least got something planned in the next, by his option play, which is the 21st. And here's how I was reading into something. I talk about a lot on this channel how the simplest answer is usually the right one. If I see a difference between XLU and the SPY, and I see divergence, a rejection divergence on the 30-minute, then the simplest answer would be we head down from here. The 2-hour crosses and we head down from here. That'd be the simplest answer. Now let's pull that over to Roaring Kitty. Roaring Kitty has never given us a hard date for anything except for the stream, which he came, right? He streamed and he came out around that time. He proved that there was market manipulation in real time. There was, I think, 17 halts during his stream before his stream even started, which is very, very illegal. So what was I thinking? What is the only date that he has given us? June 21st. June 21st. June 21st. Just think about that. He never gives us a hard date, but the only date we've ever been able to see that is a hard date he's given, if we're thinking the simplest answer is the right one, is June 21st. So as of right now, my thinking is maybe this happens. Is it we're going to top out by June 21st? Is it we're going to see GameStop put out some news on Wednesday and then we top out by June 31st? Or is it by June 31st, the dam is broken, and right after that, maybe that's when he executes on June 31st or June 21st? Can we check the Dow? Yes, we can. Let's check out the Dow real quick. I just want to put that in your brain. As of right now, the Dow showing that 30-minute divergence, confirming on this bar right here. This is why it's like, yeah, sometimes I use the moving averages, but once I see confirmation, I'm like, okay, pull the trigger, man. That's what I do. That's what I do. Well, NVIDIA shorts are building. We have to see if that's retail or if that's actual... retail and institutions can get screwed over by the market maker. Don't think that they can, right? That's what we've been talking about with NVIDIA the whole time. So we want to see what the Dow, though. Let me finish this one. If the 2 hours, look at the 2 hour. You're seeing a weakness signal. I really think that the setup here is the head and shoulders. Look at this wonky bounce. The reason I want you to look at this wonky bounce right here is because I think we might get that on the other side. I think we might do something like this and then get a little bounce. What would that look like? Well, it'd look like a slanted cup and handle. So that's what I'm paying attention to for the Dow right now. I think you got a good shot to make a lower low here for the Dow, even with this big move. Pay attention to how you can get screwed. If that 2 hour curls right back up, oh my goodness. Yeah, so June 21st, it's the third week of the month, right? So options expiration, it's going to make a lot of sense. PCC at 0.85, that needs to update. So that's going to update. This was the rigged move that we saw. So I don't know if this is like one of their trades hitting the tape. Remember, we're not getting all the data here, guys. I want you guys to be very clear about that. I want you guys to understand that. The price of every stock that you see could be totally different in the dark pools. It could be totally different at this point. We knew that the dark pools showed, because it hit the tape a few times, that GME and AMC were trading higher. AMC was trading at like $6.50, and GME was trading at like $42 to $68 at the end of Friday. So don't think that that's true. That can be true with NVIDIA too. Now, what are we noticing here? Well, this is supposed to be a signal that you get after a crash. At the bottom of a crash, this is what you get. And then it goes the other way. But we got this on Friday, and I was like, I think the only way we read into this is it dropped all day, all the way back down to, and this was on Thursday, but by Friday, it had dropped all the way back down to a reading of about 0.7. That's a lot of calls coming in from Thursday to Friday close. That's a lot of calls coming in. So we'll see how this opens up this morning. 2 hour has not crossed over yet, though, for the SPY. Pay attention to that. 91.3% and 8.7%. That's the call to put ratio, so a little bit backwards there, but the calls were 91%. After being here, I said to myself, there's no way they'll let that go higher. Yeah, so they might flash it higher to say like, oh, but they might flash it higher to say, oh, you're right, even get more people involved while they push GME and AMC down. But I mean, I would say the job there might be done, and that's why they didn't push it higher again. Remember, we were talking about how the 15-minute looked a little bit wonky. It kind of like curled up, curled back down, curled up, and then went positive. Do you see this? We were like, this is very tricky, but I think it's them saying, oh, well, maybe we have enough calls here and we're going to rug pull this right now. Because the 2 hour signal has confirmed. We just have to pay attention to maybe a retest or something like that. If people get, overzealous and try to short this, oh, and then it pops up one more time, then it drops significantly. Pay attention to how you get screwed. All right, let me say good morning. Scott, Marina, welcome. Tammy, Mark, Scott again, Arobi, Laws, more pandas here this morning. Kenshi, password, Paulina, welcome. Slot Machine, welcome. Thank you guys for being here this morning. Sorry if I missed your name. There's 240 people in here. Salutations, Gabo. Gabo. Good morning, Ari, or Hari. Devin, good morning. Steve, yo. Or yo. Okay, all yo. Yo, what up? I'm trying to fix this mic. So this computer, this is a different computer, this is a new computer, and it had a bunch of mic settings like in the computer itself, and so my voice was kind of funky in my video last night. Just crossed green on the money flow. That's good. Very good to pay attention to. I don't want to over put too much info in someone's brain. We're just going to pay attention to momentum. It'll tell us. It's a lagging indicator. But if we pay attention to the right things, then that lagging indicator is still going to get it right, and we'll find some upside there. Point of controls at 477 for AMC. Yeah, so you see all the orders in here. So that makes sense. That's just a liquidity statement pretty much. There's liquidity in this zone. It makes sense to dip back into the zone. You got liquidity here, you got liquidity in here. GME, similar thing, right? It's touching the top here. Now GME, you said would maybe want to go down to like $21. That would be a good liquidity zone, right? But really anywhere in between here would be solid. So it holding up here is even better though. It's even better. It really is. If you don't have to reach down for buyers and you're able to turn up this 30-minute, that would be a good sign. I hope everyone does have a good trading week, Fardis. I do too. Thoughts on the SPY today? The 2-hour crossing over is really what we have to pay attention to. So here's what you pay attention to. Okay, 2-hour crosses over. You're like, okay, this thing's going to burn down. That's what you're probably thinking, right? Because XLU is way down here. You're like, this thing's going to burn down. Well, think everyone at the same time might see that signal and they might say, this is going to burn down. And then they do this, and then your timing's just a little bit off, right? So the reason I'm having you think of this is because the market is rigged. So if people go strong to the put side here, they're going to make the market go higher. That's when we pay attention to the PCC. So how can I pay attention to how I can get screwed in here? Nairobi, thank you so much for subscribing. Right here, how could I pay attention to how I get screwed? Well, if this 30-minute is able to cross up and go positive, then how is the 2-hour going to continue to go negative? It's not, right? It's going to curl back up. Right, so this here would be something to pay attention to. 30-minute crossing up at that daily expected move. The 2-hour crossing down, yes, that is a good sign, but you want to make sure with your trade, right? We always want to make sure we're paying attention to timing. Timing is very, very important, okay? What do I think of the stock split? I think every single thing they say, I don't even think their revenues are real. I'm going to be honest, I don't think their revenues are real. And I watched a video this week, not of any conspiracy theorists, anything like that. I watched it of, shoot, who was it? It was a very, very smart guy. He's like a CEO of a company, and he was talking about it, and he goes, if they're going to continue to allow this is pretty much a fake form of revenue, because he's like, we don't have enough time. We don't know where they're actually going to get products. We don't know how consumers react to products. And that's what we need to understand is, apparently, he is saying that the revenue they have could be like almost considered a fake revenue stream, which is interesting to think about but I like NVIDIA as a company. I want to be very clear about that. I like NVIDIA as a company. Yeah, that's what it is. That's what he was talking about, Uniworld. He was talking about it on TV, and I just watched it on YouTube. He was talking about how they sell to themselves in a weird way, and I was like, that is interesting. So you can kind of pump up profits or pump up revenue, the look of revenue that way. Your revenue is always going to beat if you're selling to yourself. AMD is tanking. Yeah, I think this is going to be like a dot-com bubble where everything flows out of AMD. Look, it's flowing out of AMD. Where's it flowing to? NVIDIA. But notice probably NVIDIA is not hitting the tape here. Your trades mostly don't. They pretty much send the stock wherever they want to send it. Once you can get screwed, and then we just see a totally different number. But AMD, if this is crossing over that 2-hour, sure, you can get a bounce here, but if this crosses over that 2-hour, look how close you are to positive or negative territory. Peace be with everyone. I believe in that, King of Light. I love it. Maybe this year will be good for small caps and bad for the NASDAQ. Yeah, it could be. We'll have to see. So is this crossing over? It looks like it wants to. Don't remember, these are going to be rigged moves. We'll pay attention to the PCC in a little bit. Let's see what NVIDIA is doing with this 2-hour crossed over. AMC and GME both opening up barely even. Pretty much GME just a 1.5% move higher. AMC just flashing positive. We'll pay attention to that today. And I'm going to keep that up on my other screen. I'm just going to keep up AMC and GME. As of right now, NVIDIA is crossing over down on the 15-minute MACD, which if that goes negative, that's the start, right? You want to pay attention to how you can get screwed, but that's the start. I'm just going to pay attention to GME on the 15-minute. That is curling up. You're getting a green bar. You still got 14 minutes left, and you need to go positive. That is just a contrarian indication right now. The reason we want to pay attention to NVIDIA crossing over with this divergence, look at the daily. That thing is just screaming higher. You have divergence in the short term right here between these highs. You have divergence across the way. It's looking like a huge weakness in momentum. Looking like a huge weakness. I want to look at gold. Gold was a crazy move, and it looks like maybe you get a bounce higher to do some kind of head and shoulders like this, because that's going to be a pretty good base for a head and shoulders here, right around 211.50. I might turn on some tunes this morning. I might have to turn on some tunes. Let's not do dailies. Let's do this for now, 15-minute. That is rolling over. Now that has to go negative. We have to go into a negative trend. That is very important to understand. Boom, 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 boom. I want to see your room. NVIDIA 120. Fartis, this is the split. This is the same stock price. Same stock price as last week, just with the split included. They did a 1 to 10 split. How's HYG looking? HYG, this is going to be a big shift, okay? There is a moment where HYG and TLT do see a pop. They see a pop, right? Because eventually there's a flight to safety. And what's the flight to safety? Well, it's going to be like TLT. So that's why we were talking about TLT. It has a big range for this week, guys. It has a big range, massive range for TLT. We can look into these yields here. See, they're just going higher and higher. Look at that. Able to cross up and go positive. I think this will be interesting with CPI, with the Fed statement, with the interest rate decision, with Jerome Powell talking. There's a lot of rocks in the stream, guys. Be careful out there. What are we noticing? Volatility is up 8%. That is not something to mess with. All right, everything looks fine. Good, everything looks fine. Since someone brought up the Dow, let's look at that this morning, and we're noticing what? More weakness. The Dow has really been leading markets here. This big drawdown is what I was reading into. We didn't necessarily see a massive drawdown from the SPY, and that's where we talked about the put-call ratio. If this crosses over, it's not a good look for the Dow. SPY crossing down to lower levels. We just want to see. A 2-hour bar takes a long time to complete. You have to be very, very patient, but boom, there you go. If this is able to cross down at any time, I'd look for that daily expected move for now. Drop a like for the channel and set your trading week off with some good karma. I like it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Right, and here's the important part. I am someone who believes in you should only like the content if you're able to understand. If you do truly like the content, please like the video. That's when you like the video. If you feel like supporting me in any way, a free way to do it is liking those videos. But as long as you find it important, as long as you think that you are slightly entertained with what we're talking about here, because we talk about indicators rigorously. We really do. We talk about this stuff hard, right? We do it all the time. Well, not hard. Not like that, guys. Not like that. Okay, come on. Morning, moneymakers. I was about to buy a machine to make those sweatshirts already, by the way. I thought it was fun. Dollar, I might look at this from the daily perspective. What do we notice? Now it's crossing up. Look at that move. Look at that. If this is not you thinking this is insider selling, like you're just wrong. The SPY... This has gone up how much percent? This has gone up how much percent now in 2 days? 1.3% in 2 days. The SPY has gone down 0.7. Like that is a huge difference. And the big thing with the dollar, by the way, you need to see is notice that the SPY is at all-time highs. Where did the dollar really bottom in this move? When did the insider selling start? Actually, you could argue it started back here in July of 2023. There's a lot of insiders that are still out, but I would argue right here. I would say right here, December 28th, the end of 2023. Look at that. The dollar has been going higher while the stock market is higher. Now we're seeing that again in the shorter term. So this is going to be a very scary moment. If this daily, it is rejecting as of right now. If you break out, you might see something crazy this week. You might see something real crazy. The weekly expected moves for IWM, I haven't updated those yet, so take that with a grain of salt. I'm going to update those real quick so you guys have them. Because I think IWM, it's another kind of indice, right? So I think that would be fine to give you guys. Let's see. And if you want them for the individual stocks, those are over on Patreon. It's the link down in the description for Patreon. Like AMC, GME downside and things like that. So we're heading down into our buy zone for IWM. That's very important. That's very good. We'll have to see what happens with this going forward. We see a little bit of kind of a head and shoulders look right now on these bigger time frames. Look at that. If that 2 hour crosses over. All right, let's zoom into this on a 30-minute. 30-minute can be watched right here. We just want to see if there's any kind of bounce around this area in the next hour and a half. So we'll keep an eye on it. It was over 1,000, Frankie, but with the split, they did a 1 to 10 split. So it's the same market cap, right? It's the same market cap. It's just there's more. You pretty much, if you owned it, if you owned 1 share, now you own 10. That's all you have to look into. What have you been doing wrong this whole time, Arobi? Tell me. I want to know. Because I'm sure other people are too, and the fact that you're willing to admit it is a great thing. AI company spending money is scary if economy is in a ditch. Why comp spend heavy expert? The problem I have with AI, let's say the whole world shifts to AI. If AI goes to full capacity here, that would mean that there's AI working in the factories, there's AI handling the accounting, there's AI handling the customer service, there's AI handling the sales, there's AI handling the website production, there's AI handling everything, literally everything, if you let it go to full capacity. AI would handle everything because it's much cheaper. But is it good for the end consumer? Well, right now I'm dealing with a lot. Pretty much every platform that I use has an AI system for their support. Right, for their support, and they can't do anything for me, and I have to sit there and type to the AI, please let me talk to a human being. It's not going to be good for the end consumer. Now, why am I bringing up it's not going to be good for the end consumer? Because notice that I just took out all of those jobs and gave them to AI. Who the hell's going to pay for their products? Who's going to buy their products if you just took everyone's jobs and replaced it with AI? Who's going to buy their products? Nobody's going to have a job if everyone switched to AI. So it doesn't make sense to me. It's just not a good look. It's not, when you think about it to that extent in the future, it's just not going to be good. It's just the rich people who can buy an AI robot are the ones, or the middle class that can buy an AI robot are the ones that could still purchase products, but nobody else will be able to. Gold's up a little bit. Let's go take a peek at gold real quick. Gold seeing a little bounce here with the rejection divergence. Now this divergence isn't very sturdy, so be careful with it. On the 15-minute, we want to see a 2 hour. What do we see here? Well, it's trying to curl up, and you still have divergence down here, so this could be some kind of big fake out move. I still think maybe like a little head and shoulders is on the table here. Like if we bounce from this level, I think that could be on the table, but we'll pay attention to the signals here. Mara, this is something we were talking about. Hey, guess what? It crashed back down, but now you kind of have a double bottom down here. You kind of have a double bottom. Maybe that's what it needed to get up to this zone. We've been talking about Mara getting up to this zone. SMCI, let's look at that for a second. Look at that. It's not able to cross over into negative territory on the 2 hour as of right now. Most likely that is going to be a 30-minute curling up into positive territory. Look at that. We're close to the center line here. A little bit close. So we can read into it a little, but I'm still, I love our zone up here. It's held as some good resistance. Now you're kind of getting this like weird double bottom, kind of elongated double bottom on the 30-minute. And so if that crosses up and goes positive, I think you see a pretty solid move. I'd say at least to test this high, go make a new one, right? And we'll look out for divergence up in these levels. It looks like probably this point right here. Actually, I'm going to go right there. 834.33 looks like a very important level for SMCI if we get up to that zone. Still have to confirm everything, guys. You got to confirm everything. Being patient is very important. AMC, let's look at GME for a second. Has not curled up on the 30-minute. 15-minute is rolling negative even so right now. Not able to remain curled up. So the battle is still on. No one will pay robots. No, I'm saying how the future would work is you pay to own an AI system. You pay to own a robot, and then that robot works for you. That's the only way that you could like make money, because if not, the company would just, someone else would pay for the robot, right? So it's kind of like first to do it. If you just look into the future of AI and you take it to a maximum capacity, it's really not good for humanity. It's great for business. That's why when someone asks, do I like AI? I go, do you mean for business or do you mean for humanity? Because for business, it's freaking great. Imagine I can do everything to a T, research products to a T, Roaring Kitty and FFIE, or Roaring Kitty buy FFIE after June 21st. So you need to take it into consideration here. He showed you what he bought. There could be problems in other stocks, and this can make those problems come to light. But as of right now, you know it's GME and possibly AMC. I've researched AMC very, very, like a lot. And here's all you have to do in order to know that like GME and AMC are very, very tied together right now with like the same algorithmic selling. And maybe the problem is the same here. Is because what is this on, a 30-minute? No, we're on a 15-minute over here. If I look at a 15-minute, and this chart's going to look a little bit different, but if I look at a 15-minute, why does the stock move almost in tandem here? Look at this big pop up. Oh, drop down, drop down, drop down, drop down. This, why are they halting and short selling this stock just as much as they're shorting and halting this stock? The problem is definitely obvious with AMC and GME, and Roaring Kitty is tied to GME. That he showed you the position. He has a position. He believes in the company. He believes in Ryan Cohen. And I think that's perfectly fine to say. There's nothing illegal about that. Now, FFIE, this could have a problem. This could have a problem. You see the look. It looks similar here as well. This could have the problem too. But I'm only doing AMC and GME because I know that one, GME is what Roaring Kitty believes is a problem. And two, AMC, I've done extensive research to know that it follows GME all the time. It's halted at the same times as GME all the time. That's all I'm saying. But FFIE, you still do the same things. If the 15-minute curls up, positive territory, you can see a positive move. It is positive territory. You just follow your signals. Has that crossed up yet? No. No reason to take a trade here. No reason. Right here, a little bit of a reason, right? Right here, reason. Big pop. That's positive territory. Right here, no reason yet. No reason yet. You've got to really get good at just telling yourself there's no reason. Bitcoin, we did look at last week. We kind of said this looks like it has some weakness in it now. We called this move down here, right? This is what we posted on Patreon. Boom, we posted that over the weekend. Boom, good move. That played out. Congratulations to anyone who was able to benefit from that. And then what do you see at the top? We see a rejection divergence on the 2-hour right here. Actually, not even a rejection divergence. That's just a solid divergence right there. Very down. Triple divergence actually on the RSI here. So this screamed to us weakness. We said this most likely rolls over a 4-hour. It rolled over the 4-hour. Now that 4-hour is trying to cross up. So if Bitcoin is going to see a massive move, this is a great little cup and handle. You pretty much have a big cup, a handle, and then you have this little cup within the handle here, and then you get another handle. So if that's able to cross up, you could see another positive move. We said I'm still kind of targeting like a 74,000, 74.5K. I think that this area would be nice to trick people, and then that's rug pulled. I know that people really like Bitcoin. I understand, and I do too. I do. But I'm seeing daily divergences confirm here. So any move higher, I think that that's going to be some kind of fake out move. I could be wrong, and that's perfectly fine. The signals will tell me when I'm wrong. But as of right now, you have to understand that big players who owe a lot of money, who want to suppress AMC and GME, own this. They own this. So what are they going to do? Well, they might liquidate this asset to then go pay for the problem over there. But that's just all speculative talk, right? That's just all talk to be aware of. It's a scenario to be aware of. It doesn't mean that Bitcoin is super negative. Now, I follow the signals, so as of right now, boom, I see a daily divergence, and I say, I ain't messing with that. I ain't messing with that, because any pop can just be ripped away, because if this doesn't curl back up, daily momentum is to the downside for Bitcoin right now. Oil seeing a solid move here. Maybe crossing up on the day, going to the sell zone. We talked about that when we saw the big drop here. See the sell zone. We're creating some kind of 2-hour divergence if we go a tiny bit higher. Looks like we're already seeing that move fade. So be a little bit cautious here, because what are we noticing? We're still close enough to the center line to go negative. It's in our sell zone. This is exactly where you want to react to. We did that live. We pointed this out live when someone was talking about support and resistance. How do you find it? I really like zones. I really like zones. XLU is up. Yeah, XLU is going to see a bounce eventually. The point here is we need to pay attention if that 2 hour is able to cross up. But you'll notice the one thing that's very key about XLU this week is the daily range is not that, it's not up here. It's not up here. So this week, we should only expect what the options market expects. We want to think like we are market makers. And that's pretty much what we're doing on the channel. We're thinking like we are market makers. We're trying to figure out where the algorithm wants to send or rip money away from most retail traders. And that's why we do very well here, right? That's why we do well here. That's why more Pando and people like that are all benefiting, is because we're not thinking like a regular technical analyst. We're thinking, where is momentum dying out and how are they tricking everyone else? Can I benefit from that? True, you mentioned that. Yeah, so this range here, I did mention this over the weekend, how if this bounces up, this is how far the options market expects. Now, if people get overly bearish at this area, that can fuel it. That's what happened with NVIDIA the whole time. Everyone got bearish. It got rid of all my lines too. Everyone got bearish right here, and I said, watch out, everyone's bearish. Boom, now the move is positive. Now everyone was bearish, everyone's trying to short this on this little dip here, boom, we go positive. That's how the market maker screws you. They try to get you to short something and then they send it the other way. As of right now, they're trying to get you to take all calls on this. That's why NVIDIA, okay, like think of it this way too. NVIDIA down here, they were like, this is as high as NVIDIA goes. This is as high as NVIDIA goes at $52. I think this is as high as it goes. It builds liquidity this whole time and pops all the way back up to $100. And then they say, it's going to fall down. Yeah, this thing's crashing. This thing's done. Pops all the way back up to 119. So, I mean, I know this was thousands of dollars back in a little bit, like just a day ago or whatever, but that's how you have to think about it. They're always going to tell you the opposite. So right now they're saying, hey, NVIDIA is a great investment. And guess what? It's coming down by 1.5%. Look at the 2 hour divergence. We said when that completed, that's going to be the moment. Okay, we still paid attention to how we got screwed, and we still can get screwed with like a retest or something. But as of right now, you would say our 2 hour divergence is playing out. Let's go AM Dizzle. AMD. Holy crap. Oh god. Yeah, see the 2 hour crossing. I told you that's not a good sign. You break through 160.83, not a good sign, because you can roll over this daily. That daily's already rolling over, so we're spotting the signals perfectly here. We have a full day to complete this, guy. We have a full day to complete this, okay? So you got to keep that in mind. There's going to be some rigged move. People will start to short this dramatically, and we'll pay attention. PCC, see the short level? It's up towards 1.074. So unless something breaks in the system, we might say, hey, XLU is bouncing and the PCC level is high. So what would they want to do? They might want to send stocks higher. Okay, so we're going to pay attention very closely here to a 30-minute. It's by the center line. We're going down to what we would expect for the entire day. Pretty early on in the day, let's see if we can reach all the way down there. This is exactly the stuff we pay attention to intraday, and then boom, this goes like this. Then they get a bunch of calls in, rips it away the next day. So we'll pay attention to this. This can extend for some time. That's why at the beginning of this video I said, watch out, because we're still playing the rigged game. Don't think that we aren't playing the rigged game. They can try to trick us by doing this. They can do this all week, right? And then maybe by Wednesday, we start to see some sell-off signals. You know, we just have to pay attention to our signals as far as risk management goes, and we will end up in the big move. Sorry, AMD, it was me. AMC, I really still like 437. The actual levels for the downside, I don't have my risk ranges up, but pretty much GME, I think that it would want to hold up somewhere around this $22 to $21 level. I think that would be very good. I think the lowest it goes is $15 this week, and that can happen. That can happen. There's been a lot of rigged moves over the last 2 weeks. Don't think they haven't been piling up cash. We know they've been piling up cash. We know they have. Why? Look at the dollar. We know they're piling up cash. To do what? Fight against GME AMC or pay for the problem if they have to. The dollar is bottoming right now, and the SPY can take some time to top after that. It can take a few days, but eventually the SPY will top out and the dollar will make 100% sense. Right now, we're thinking like the market makers. We're thinking like the insiders, so the dollar makes total sense to us. We know that there is rigged moves going on right in front of us right now. GME looks like it's trying really hard to slow down the selling here. You see head and shoulders on Bitcoin. I could see if you like a reverse one, like an or an inverse one. Remember 2-hour charts, 4-hour charts. I'm thinking of adding a little Bitcoin section to it. No real head and shoulders. Oh wait, let me zoom all the way out on the daily scale. So this would be the head and shoulders look. This would be the head and shoulders look. And then if we remain higher and we go higher, that would mean, oh, we don't need to dip all the way down to this price to find buyers. I would still be very cautious with Bitcoin in the near term. This can lead to more of a pullback, okay? Right now, I would just say pullback. That is a double top divergence. We could pull down and then pull up, and then I think that would look like a pretty head and shoulders there. That would look like a pretty head and shoulders. But just so you know, head and shoulders is one of the most obvious and one of the most fake out patterns in all of trading. You see them everywhere all the time on every single chart, on every single time frame. So just really pay attention to your risk with the head and shoulders. Really pay attention to your risk with the head and shoulders. Keep your eye on AMD for me. Make sure you're keeping an eye on that this morning, because that thing's crossing over the 2-hour. If it crosses over the daily, it just keeps going. That would be bad. I think we're going to see another rigged move for a few days here, but that's just my take. Ooh. Ooh. Yeah, you can see maybe there's even, well, now that it's a lower price, it's not as cool to look at, but I think it was NVIDIA. Damn. I think it was NVIDIA way back in the past, like right around here. Okay, look here. So everyone was saying, even I was saying, this looks like a head and shoulders. Pay attention, you know, to an upside move. Look at that, crosses up. That means this head and shoulders probably isn't going to play out. That daily momentum took over. We saw a big bounce. But that's the point. Look at this head and shoulders. Left head, right shoulder, curls up, didn't play out. So the rigged stocks are going to see them not play out. This didn't play out in the past. And that's what I'm overall thinking here. I think this level, though, is very good for NVIDIA. If we could see a big drop down to there, that would make more sense, I think, for this stock. As of right now, haven't curled over the daily. We're seeing the weakness. Look at that. The 2-hour signal told us. There we go. We mentioned this a whole week ago. We like to mention these things while it's forming, right? Before this even crossed, I said, watch out for a 2-hour divergence, right? We think about it before, because if we can think into the future, we're ready for it, we can react. Didn't Russia just come out and like say the US is officially an enemy or something like that? Oh. Didn't they say that? Of my camera. Let me click this on and click it back off. Hold on. There it goes. It's just gonna be blurry for a second. Not quite. Okay, that's just a headline I saw and I was like, I don't know about that. Take a look at the Qs, yeah. So the Qs as well, the 2-hour crossing over, notice that wasn't able to happen. So we still pay attention to the same thing. The 30-minute crossing up is the thing that will screw you, all right? So the 30-minute crossing up is the thing that'll screw you. The other thing to point out is you're right by your monthly at this point. You make another move higher, you create that divergence. Oh, that might be the last fake out. That might be the last one. We've gotten a lot of last fake outs, but it's a good thing we're paying attention to the signals. Being a flip-flopper as a trader, it's a great thing, guys. It's a great thing. We're not trying to get elected into office or anything like that, so being a flip-flopper is just fine. Oh, I gotta drink my... I gotta drink my coffee. You guys like my Stitch mug? Who likes the Stitch mug? Fuck yeah. Dope. If AMC pops off and I make a bunch of money, by the way, I'm gonna get an ape playing video games on my shoulder as a tattoo. Already got it planned out. How many trades do I take per day, per week? If volatility is high, I usually am taking, sometimes I take 3 trades a week. Sometimes I take 3 trades a week. Last week, I don't think I took too many trades. I know I took profit at the beginning of the week on volatility, and then I applied a volatility play at the end of last week. So I still have that volatility play going, but most of the time it's 1 to 2 plays a week. And then if volatility is higher, I definitely take like 2 to 4 trades a week. Now I could take profit on those at different times. Those could be different positions based on, you know, if it's a daily MACD, if it's whatever. Like if I see a 30-minute one, I want to make quicker profit, and then I take that profit and I go, okay, cool. Now I can add to my daily position, and then I hold that for a week. But yeah. Wait, someone asked what's PFE? Is that Pfizer? I hate Pfizer, by the way. Pfizer is one of my least favorite companies in the whole entire world. It is seeing a drop now. You got divergence up here, so if you would have spotted this up in these levels, you can then go in and be like, is there a 2-hour divergence at these highs? There was. See the extended, that's the rigged move. So see the rigged move? This is a great example of a rigged move. Okay, so right here, you're convinced. You say, oh, look at the 2-hour divergences. They look great. They try to fake you out by saying, okay, let's send it lower. Now you're confident. Okay, rip it back to the upside. That's why we pay attention to how we can get screwed. Because this just turned right back up and made that divergence again. This is what I'm saying could happen in the market, right? But as of right now, this would say entry point 28.79. So far, so good. Now you want to see daily was able to confirm right here at the same entry point. And so you have that confirmation. Now you just got to make sure that 2 hours not rolling up. XLU, solid little bounce here. Apple, remember what we were saying. The 30-minute can go a little higher, but be worried, because if that thing just curls right back down, you want to wait till that confirms. Hasn't confirmed yet. But the 15-minute, where is it? Well, you got a little mini divergence here, not really on the RSI, but you do have the divergence across the way. 15 minutes confirming it right now. I don't take trades based on a 15-minute. I trust 30-minute charts a lot more. I'm saving to get the one you have listed, but my question is, are you planning more courses on any other TA fundamentals? I'm just going to add to this course for the most part. If I do another course, it will be swing trading, and with swing trading, I will talk about things like the dollar. I will talk a lot more about the dollar and how to read into certain signals like XLU. But that, because I think we're going to go into a volatile market, putting out a swing trading one in a volatile market, it's harder to swing trade to the downside. So I don't want to really like encourage it. But if you follow those signals, you'll be just fine. Yeah. So once I do a TA course for swing trading, that's when I'll talk about like signals you can pay attention to, looking at XLU, looking at dollar, looking at yields, all those kinds of things. Of course, John, that's a great question. But know this, John, as well. Every single thing you learned in the course, there's a reason I put out that course, like that exact course there. If you can understand all of that information, you can use that to trade in any market. Any market. Literally any market. You just need to know like, oh, volatility is lower. I need to take profit earlier. I maybe only make 30%, 40%. When volatility is higher, I can make 100% on almost every trade. But sometimes if you get that bad gut feeling, you just say, if I got the bad gut feeling and I'm profitable right now, would I like the money in my account? I get bad gut feelings too, and I just sell out of the trade, even take like a small loss, and then it goes the way I think, and I go, ah, shoot. But I got the bad gut feeling. SPY, the thing I'm paying attention to for the SPY, by the way, Life with Cohen's, is the 30-minute crossing up here. Okay, you got a rejection divergence at the highs. Do you see how there's two highs here? And then we see how that wasn't able to confirm more upside. We got a rejection divergence, very steep on the RSI. So this is a signal I see, and I go, this can really roll over a 2-hour. The problem with today is I pay attention to these ranges, which are daily ranges priced in from the options. I just do the calculation. These numbers are from the options market, not really me. I'm just calculating them. What are we noticing here? Well, if the 30-minute crosses up, then and this is a small range, then I would say the 2-hour crossing over today might not make a lot of sense. Okay? So I think there might be one more rigged move in this, or even an extended rigged move in this, and then that crashes down again. So I think that the overall thing you need to pay attention to is the 30-minute crossing up. Then you know this move isn't over, but that could be short-lived with another divergence point up here. And if we're going to see a pullback now, a more dramatic one, then I'd pay attention to the 2-hour curling back up, doing this, right? Curling up, creating this, a point between these highs. I think that would be a good look. You'd get price a little bit tighter in this area with some kind of triangle, and boom. They want to fake you out at the end here. GameStop, let's go. Let's see GameStop real quick. GameStop, remember, you're still in that 2-hour pullback. We're still learning based on the technicals. That 30-minute has not crossed up, and it's not able to. There's a lot more work to be done is what GameStop is saying. That's what AMC is saying. There's more work to be done. The 30-minute is going negative. The 30-minute goes positive over here. We said, hey, this is a contrarian indication. You can see a big pop. What do? We see a big pop. Then we curl down. We see this pop up. What do we get? Positivity. We curl down. We curl back up. Okay, we get positivity. It's awesome. This is just charts telling you what to do the whole time. And the charts right here told you I'm not going up. The charts right here said this is the last point for you to say the stock can go up, because your momentum is saying I'm shifting down in a pullback. Now it is saying I'm shifting down and maybe creating a negative trend. Okay, the thing you want to really pay attention to with AMC and GME is going to be the daily crossing over. Look at that daily crossover there. Okay, so now we need to pay attention. This could be a daily pullback for a few days. And they're just using the rigged moves from the market to actually pay for this. That's all you need to know. It's so obvious too. It is so obvious. I was looking through Twitter, just looking at accounts that were just talking smack on AMC and GME. They all have 5 followers, and they all are tweeting every 2 minutes. So they're all tweeting every 2 minutes. So you really don't think they've maybe even made an AI system that just sends out tweets every 2 minutes that talk badly about AMC and GME? And put that all across the board? They're going to do everything in their power, and they have a lot of money. 11 days till D-Day. Meow. I got the bad gut feeling on AMD last week. Sold out of a short position, lost money. But if I were to hold, could have made more profit. That's perfectly fine. Here's the thing, Alex. Try to trust your signals a little bit. Sometimes I get the gut feeling. And most of the time, I'll get the gut feeling, and then I'll just try to contain that for a second and be like, what signal am I seeing that would prove that gut feeling? What signal am I seeing that would prove that gut feeling? So let's take the SPY here. I'll give you an example. Let's say the SPY here, I see the rejection, and I took this right here. And right now I say this thing is not dropping significantly, even with the dollar going up. Maybe there's a rigged move. I have a bad gut feeling. Well, what if I just said to myself, okay, if the 15-minute were to curl up right here, well then that would go positive. What would that mean? If the 15-minute is starting to go positive, then it's almost impossible for the 2-hour to continue to go negative. And that's the main signal I'm looking for, is the 2-hour. It's impossible for the 30-minute to keep going down if the 15-minute chart is going up. It's impossible. So I would say, okay, if I'm not feeling good about this, if the 15-minute crosses, I'm not doing it, man. I'm not doing it. And then I would see something like this and cross down, and I go, see, I was right. Let me try it now. That's how I would look into it. Does that help? I hope that helps. They're not bringing it to the downside. So what they're doing is NVIDIA is remaining higher because they're convincing retail to buy into it. They're convincing retail to buy into it. So that's what you're seeing here. Every day they convince it to go higher. You know the insiders are selling in these little areas, and then retail is buying it because they saw the big push up. Then they pop it up even more. Then you know insiders are selling it, and then you'll see random bars like this one, 8:45 on Thursday. What happened at 8:45 on Thursday? Like really, really think about it. What happened at 8:45 on Thursday? 8:45 on Thursday. At 8:45 on Thursday, GME was seeing a massive run up. So what did they do? They sold some NVIDIA in there, very sneaky, but they did a big selling bar on NVIDIA on a 15-minute chart there to then the next day clamp down on it. They were worried about his stream. He announced the stream, right, too, so that's how more I would read into it, Alexander. I would read into it more as they're not going to rip it down until they can create the most pain, right? So they're trying to get as many people as possible in there. And that's the important part. You need to know the insider selling is happening while the move is going up. The reason the stock is remaining higher is because, one, they're convincing retail to buy it, and two, the dark pools might be trading at a completely different price. We know right now that GME in $80. That's why you saw on certain platforms, you see these like 1-second spikes because they're accidentally hitting the tape. So that would tell me that why wouldn't it make sense for NVIDIA right now to be trading at a $99 in the dark pools? That's what I'm saying. I'm saying they trade it based on different values. All the values that you see in the stock market, this is only 50% of the data. Hell, this might only be 25% of the data right now. Yeah, I saw the hidden 5. It's just, we won't know how to, everyone's going to speculate how to read into it. I'm just going to say right now, follow the signals. Just because you see a 5 on the forehead of a cat, that's not the best reason. We talk about reasons in the course. Now, the reason that we could see an upward push is, say, if GME was able to cross up on a 15-minute, you can be a contrarian. But just know a lot of the time they're still going to force this down, and then maybe they do this, and you see that taper, and then this would be a great, great moment. So that's what I'm going to pay attention to for this week. I think there will be some kind of 15-minute pop and 15-minute drop unless he does something crazy. What if he executes? We don't know. And yeah, they sell naked too. Institutions are holding NVIDIA so they can sell to retail. It's not necessarily institutions right now. You have to realize that not all institutions are in the game, right? There are hedge funds who are buying GME and AMC right now. There are hedge funds that are shorting GME and AMC right now. The important part to know about that is the ones buying AMC and GME are most likely not, they're buying maybe synthetic shares, but they're most likely not naked buying it, right? They're not naked calling it or something like that. But you know that they're naked shorting, which is a way bigger problem. Mind looking at Meta? No, I do not. Meta is starting to really build up in this area, 30-minute, crossing up, positive territory, another positive move. So this could not be the moment, right? One more rigged move. That's why you really got to pay attention at these levels. So the thing we were planning is already violated. So one of our plans is already violated, the 2-hour crossing all the way up to like this point. It went above its weekly expected move, which told you maybe retail was trying to short this down in these levels. Down in these levels, for sure they were shorting it. What do they do? What do? Over 3 days, they just pump that thing up. They don't allow you time to really react to the upside. But you knew because you trust your indicators. Right here, it told you upside potential, positive territory right above you. Boom. And then you see, okay, if this curls down right now, I violated the divergences. So what if I want to create one right now? If I see more downside, I'd look for that. But right now, I need this 30-minute to curl over. What curls over or I need this 2-hour to curl over. What curls over the 2-hour the most? A 30-minute divergence. And look at this. Yeah, we got rejection divergence. Now you're seeing a rigged move. If that crosses up, no reason for negativity here. Crosses up, crosses right back down. Reason for negativity there. I just thought it was interesting that it correlates with the shareholder meeting. It does correlate with the shareholder meeting. So I was reading into it also like this. Well, did you guys know exactly a month ago on Wednesday? Is it Wednesday? Today's the 10th. So 11, 12. Wednesday is the 12th. Do you know when Roaring Kitty put out his very first tweet? Like when he came back? It was May 12th. It was exactly a month ago. Don't think it won't be a battle, but if we follow these... What? I use the number on cats' foreheads. Yeah, I look for cats all around my city and I find a ticker on their forehead, and that's what I do. The weird thing is, you might do better than a lot of traders by doing that. Right? Someone like had his dog place his trades. Someone had his baby take his trades, and he did better than like 80% of people in the market. Good run on ARM. Yeah, I think he is setting up for something. We just don't know what that is, and that's why we're patient on this channel. We don't want to try to guess. Once again, Kitty, he's making us guess. I'm not guessing. I'm going to let momentum tell me. Now I'm aware of it, so I'm really paying attention to momentum. ARM here, solid move. So what you're seeing is pretty much what we're talking about. 30-minute gets close to the center line, curls up. You had divergence, but you weren't close to the center line here. So what can you see? One more move up. One more move up, and then you see that rejection, divergence, some kind of divergence at these levels. Yeah, he played them like a fiddle on Friday, and people were really frustrated. I get it. But on Friday, he just played them. He played them. He did. All he was trying to do on Friday was prove there was market manipulation, and he succeeded. Now they have an argument. Now they have an argument because they were messing with the stock. That is illegal. That is very illegal. And what they were trying to accuse him of, it's kind of like the person who, in a relationship, everything relates to real life. The same things you talk about in the stocks relate in real life. The patterns are exactly the same. So the person who's cheating on you will accuse you of cheating. The person who's flirting with, let's say, the girl who's flirting with other men will accuse you of flirting with other women, even if you're not. That's happened to me. Not fun. But everything in the market can correlate to real life. Everything is patterns. Everything is the same. So we say that. Now we know that the stock market is rigged. So what else could be rigged? Most of the time, Sabrina. Most of the time. Yeah, you can. Yeah, you can. Because what did they accuse Roaring Kitty of on Friday? They accused Roaring Kitty of market manipulation. Did he manipulate the market in any way on Friday? No. Has he manipulated the market in any way so far? No. He just bought a position and showed people. There's nothing manipulative about that. He's not shorting the stock at these levels. It's funny they think that. It's funny they think that, but it's usually the opposite. It's usually the opposite. So you would say, if everyone in the media, everyone and everywhere is saying Roaring Kitty is manipulating the market, and we notice the stock is manipulated, most likely it's not Roaring Kitty who is manipulating the market. It's the opposite. Fraud with security. Fraud with immigration. Fraud with everything. There's fraud all across the board. What's this one? All right, Tilray. Oh, good little 30-minute divergence down here for the bottom. We don't want to do too many penny stocks or anything like that, but you would say if this 30-minute curls up, positive things can happen. I just don't like to do things that are not very good flow in price here, right? It's very choppy, very choppy. But 30-minute curls up, positive territories there. That's all I got to say. Dollar going even higher. Exactly, John. He straight up demonstrated live that he wasn't the one doing it, but what are they telling you? They're all talking about how he is the one doing it. They're telling you the opposite. It's the perfect gaslight, and he just caught them gaslighting. Yeah, let's look at Hood, and then we'll switch back over to some meme stocks for a second. Let me keep those up on my other screen while I break this down. We're going to curl up on GME. AMC has not confirmed anything on a 15-minute, so you don't even have a 15-minute curling up for AMC just yet. Maybe by the end of this it will. So the 30-minute, I think you do have potential to make some kind of divergence here. The thing about that would be the 2-hour. The 2-hour divergence is what I'm really paying attention to. And look at this, rigged move. This is why you wait for confirmations. because now they're going to rig it higher and then it'll cross right here. And then you'll be like, oh, okay, sick. Awesome. Now I see the divergences. If the daily rolls over, I can be confident with it. You have triple divergence up here on the RSI and MACD at the same time. Very, very good look for some downside, for some dying out in momentum for Hood. But you gotta pay attention to the signals. You gotta just trust your indicators. I'm not the one telling you these trades, right? I'm just showing you the indicator and saying, hey, this says weakness in momentum. The indicator's telling you it. I'm just speaking for it because it can't talk. Oh, Celsius? I'm gonna look at Celsius too. And then I'm just waiting for more to develop with AMC and GME. Ooh, not a good look there, but 2-hour divergence could be there soon. This is where an hourly might come in. See the hourly? So if that hourly is ever able to curl up, you have triple divergence for an hourly. Sometimes the hourly makes sense. I like my 30 minutes though. See the triple divergence is on the 30-minute. You still have the tapering. So as long as you're not seriously violating that tapering, you're actually tapering even more if you're able to hold up. But see how you taper? You don't want to keep going down. This is good tapering. That's where you'll see divergences and see momentum dying out to the downside. So 30-minute crosses up, you got a chance, but with this, we need to look at a higher time frame, a daily. Daily's negative, so you're about to hit the 200 though. All this looks decent. Because if you hit the 200, that'd be a good thing if you can complete the 30-minute divergence. I think the hourly looks the cleanest though. If that hourly can go positive, positive move. It's not positive yet. No reason to take a trade, right? Because the indicator's telling you there's no reason for upside. Kenshi, hi. If it's rigged, which it definitely is it even possible to win? I would think they would just change the rules if they're going to lose. So that's possible. But in order to change the rules, you would have to say, so at that point, this is where I said if one thing is rigged, then most likely multiple things are rigged. Because at that point, you would say the SEC is completely rigged. At that point, you would say the SEC is completely rigged. And you'll get everyone to pull their money out of the market. If this proves to not play out, do you know how many people would pull all of their money out of the market? Do you know how many people would lose all their money? Do you know that the people who are so aggressively in this are talking about, this is a fight against the hedge funds who have tried to rig the game against us? You really want to rip that away from people? You want to rip that away from people who are hurting with inflation, who are hurting paying their bills, who are paying the most dramatic amounts. Sorry, there's a little tiny bug. And for the people that are paying the most dramatic amounts in all of history, even higher than the Great Depression, to pay for food, gas, water, utilities, housing, rent in any way, a car, all these things. You really want to piss those people off? That's a dumb move. That is a dumb move. You do not want to do that. This is a psychology lesson for you. If you have someone really pissed off right now, trying to fight back against something, and they really believe in it, I would highly encourage you not to fuck them over. Because that aggression, right now they're only fighting by buying a stock. Imagine if you take away their power to buy the stock with their money. Imagine you take away that money. What do they have left? Their fists, their fingers to pull trigger. It's not good. Be very careful if they start to take this away. I don't think they will. What do you think about the last RK meme? I think it's good. I think it's good. I think it means like he's moving and the moment is getting closer and closer every day. But you got to be patient. You got to watch the signals. We can take that, and that's what I'm saying. Like when he tweets and you see something and you read into it and there's a 5, it's like, that's cool. Everyone's going to speculate. But what do we want to do? We just want to see something simple happen. We want AMC to curl up on a 30-minute. We want GME to curl up on a 30-minute. Then we know, okay, we were aware of the moment. We know the moment is coming. We know we're getting closer and closer, so we really have to pay attention to these little signals. Exactly, so straight up since November, yeah. And you know, it's also been straight up since December. So the market went straight up since October, technically. We called the bottom in October way back. You can go back and look. We called the bottom in October. Yeah, we still pay attention to risk throughout those videos. We're always like, pay attention to these things curling down, but if they curl back up, blah, blah, blah. Same thing we did. We're doing it here too. Okay, we called the bottom in October, October 23rd. We called that a few days in advance. Actually, we called that a week or two in advance because we were like, watch, we're going to make a triple daily divergence on Apple. Apple's what we use to find that. So let me read this again because my ADHD kicked in. So what else has been going up since December? The market has been going up since December, but also the dollar, which tells you the insiders have been selling since December. The insiders have been selling for the last 6 months. I don't know what HPE is. I'm not gonna lie. Okay. So see the 30-minute, that curls up. You don't have much room to the upside, but maybe the higher time frame. So I would really like a 2-hour or a further 30-minute pullback. But let's see if daily momentum's taking over. This one here looks like cup and handle, right? You see the cup. Oh, that one didn't work out, but bigger cup, handle, crosses up, boom, positive move. Now you're seeing the pullback. So you're seeing a pullback. It's just you're not getting much in here for the 30-minute, right? This would more be a 15-minute because it's really, really tight. Goes positive right here. Okay, positive move continues. Now you're seeing a bunch of negative pop up. A little bit worrisome. 2-hour, I'd really like to see a 2-hour pullback here. I wouldn't chase, right? I'm not a chaser. I didn't take a shot of alcohol. I don't need to chase. What I need to do is be patient and look at another stock for a second. Even if this goes higher, I'm being a smart trader. I really would like to see a pullback to confirm another move higher. Looks like today's market is down. Be cautious, guys. PCC, we're starting to see the calls trickle in. That's what they want. So they want the calls to keep trickling in. So if this can remain higher, we're still above 0.946, right? We're at 0.946 on the put call ratio. The market makers will still maybe push the market higher. They really want the calls to keep trickling in. But the dollar's higher, so you know the top is near. The dollar's crossing over on the daily scale. That's what we say to pay attention to. I just chugged my coffee because I'm really bad at drinking it and talking, and then it gets cold. Got it all in my mustache. I think I'm gonna shave all this and just show up to the live like with a stash. 312 people here today. Thank you guys so much for being here. Please like the video if you're thinking you are learning anything useful. Let's look at XLU for a split sec here. So what I'm leaning for XLU is some kind of 30-minute pop, and I think maybe the market even follows that move, right? Because the market hasn't even caught up to this, but I think then the 30-minute just rolls right back over. I think this is going to be some kind of pop and then drop. That's just my opinion right now. If this goes positive and that just keeps going, that's fine. But if I see this and that crosses over, I'm going to say, hey, test the low, go make a new one. Apple confirming on a 30-minute right now. We have to pay attention to a rigged move up, but as of right now, Apple is confirming on the 30-minute here. Apple is confirming on the 30-minute here. I need an insulated mug. You're so right. WWDC. I'll take a look at it. Yeah, we can look at TLT after this. Are there any exclusive Discord groups or any other ways to be updated on your work? No, I can't. I don't have time. I wish I had time for the Discord. If in the next, I think in the next 2 years, it'll take me to get there. I'm going to have a buddy of mine. I'm going to train him on all this, see if he's good at it. And if he's good at it, I'm going to let him manage the Discord, and he just has to bounce things off me. But that's about a year or two down the line. I have a baby girl, and she's tough, guys. She's tough. I don't have the best sleep in me even right now. I had to wake up at 1:30 a.m. and I had to rock her for like 30 minutes. And then I was like, why is she being so difficult? And then she squirmed all night, which just makes us sleep like crap. And then it's funny because this morning she wakes up and she just unloaded. So she had a tummy ache is what happened. I wish I could, but just know this on Patreon, if I post a setup, it's going to be a setup that I see as highly probable, and I do give a video out on Patreon every single week. Sometimes it's quick because I literally sometimes only have 10 minutes. I'm a very, very busy person, but sometimes I at least sit down and try to make that video on Tuesday or Wednesday. Oh yeah. We have a white noise machine. It's just she was squirming like crazy with it, and she definitely had gas. We heard the gas, but we were waiting for the big moment. Let me see here. What do we want to look at? WWDC. Let's take a look at that, and then we'll go look at TLT. Oh man. Okay, TLT. TLT dropping off here makes a lot of sense. Okay, it's cool. It's awesome. We get a lot of data with TLT, and you're getting little 15-minute divergence. We can see a bounce back today. We will have that bond auction. Bond auctions, a lot of the time, the price actually does go down during the bond auction. Cheaper value there, but you have to see people don't want our bonds. Keep looking through the course. I say it multiple times, but it's lucas.s.hansen@gmail.com. I know, I was like, what's WWDC? I was like, I like tickers. The developer conference, I am someone who likes, and that's it too. Once I can hire that buddy that I have, he's going to read fundamental tape during our live videos. I thought that would be cool. But right now, as far as it goes, guys, I want just to be clear, I do not follow a lot of fundamentals of a stock. I really don't. I trust my signals. My signals will tell me before anything happens. And that's actually true with COVID. That's true with all the crashes you've ever seen. The signals catch it first. People say they lag behind, but that means they're not using the signals correctly. I'm trying to teach you how to use the signals correctly. It sounded like you said this, Scott. We own a baby. It's love. And I was like, we own a baby? They're allowing all of these Mickey Mouse movements in the charts, but will they really allow a big squeeze resulting in a lot of people cashing out on their trades? That's what I'm getting at. I think they're trying to trick you. What they can do a lot of the time, if they don't want to have the stock drop because people bought puts this morning, is what they can do what they did with NVIDIA. I'll show you NVIDIA. So remember NVIDIA, it was 1,200. Now it's 120, right? Or it was 120 right here. Right here, they hovered the stock at 120 for a long time. Maybe it was a little lower, but 115, 120, right below 120, okay? So they hovered the stock right around this area to see what they could convince retail to do. Retail then took a bunch of puts in this area, and then boom, they send it higher. They just gap it higher. Every gap higher for NVIDIA is just another rigged move. That means at the end of every single one of these is a lot of puts by retail, and they just lose that money. Then they put that money to work over on GME and AMC suppressing the stock. They gap it higher. They put that to work using that money for AMC and GME. Something a little bit unexpected happens with the announcement of the stream. You see, boom, this is something, the announcement of the stream and things like that, what do? They rig it higher, they take the money away. They just take the money away right there with that bar. What are you seeing now? A retest on the 15-minute. Is that able to curl up? That's kind of your signal, hey, there might be a little more upside here for NVIDIA, but we'll see. I love making money when you love what you do. It's not work of it. No, the baby owns you. Facts. Oh, God. I know it's crazy to say, and I'm sure a lot of people say this, but our girl is smart. Like, she's already at 4 months old. Like, she'll deny her food and stuff like that already. She wants to talk all the time, all that stuff. So I told my wife, I said, last night, I go, look, every night we give her exactly what she wants. We let her fidget. We do these things. We just let her do whatever she wants. Let me be a disciplinary dad for a second and see if she can understand it. So anytime that she would say, I'm squirming, I'm uncomfortable, I would just tap her butt a few times. I'd just be like, no, go to sleep. And I think she understood that, and it was able to make her actually sleep. That's the only thing that calmed her down. And I was like, and I told her, I'm like, I'm not going to be over aggressive. I'm not going to do anything like that. I'm just going to tap her bottom. Every single time that she says, oh, I'm uncomfortable, I'm like, no, it's sleeping time. You have to go to sleep. And that's what I did, and it ended up working. And I was like, oh, sick. But, because I'm like, we need to sleep too. Ask if she wants to go to the Four Seasons. I know my wife does. Our friends are about to get married, and they're going to Cancun, and we are jealous. Apple, look at the rigged move. If the 15-minute curls up, there's no reason for the 30-minute to head down. Okay? The 30-minute is only crossing on this bar. You got 30 seconds left. What if that just uncrosses in 30 seconds? That's why you got to wait. Look at that rigged move there. Now the 15-minute, maybe the 15-minute's able to curl up, positive territory. That's just a little bounce, and then we'll see. They're trying to trick the market in any way possible. I'm very confident that Apple ends up lower over the next month, but doesn't mean I'm going to take a position. I have to wait for the good price, right? QQQ going green. Okay, so now we got to start paying attention to the rigged moves. 15-minute curls up, positive territory, guys. 15-minute curls up, positive territory. Watch out. Boom, boom. We got to think of the scenarios here. Boom, 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 boom. Who knows? Right now we're seeing some moves up. Crosses up, positive territory. Crosses up, positive territory. We'll see what happens from here. NVIDIA crosses up, positive territory. This might not be the moment just yet. There might be another rigged move in it. I like the Qs right now, though. That look is good. It's very clear on the 15-minute here for the Qs. AMC and GME. So GME, AMC, they're crossed up, but you notice it's kind of flat. See how it's flat? That's why I don't like 15-minute confirmation. I really like 30s. 30s are better. AMD saw a nice bounce back from 160.83. That's kind of like, if we built a zone here, it'd be better. We just put a line, but we like our zones. This would be a zone, but you're noticing this. We can't ever like fully close below it. I'm surprised right here because we did close below it. But what do? They just gap above it the next day. Boom. So now we'd pay attention if that curls up. Positive territory, positivity. SMCI. Curled up, positive territory, so now we're going to probably head to this zone. Meta, not really curling up as much. Microsoft, oh, frickin' A. Microsoft's going to die out soon, man. You did not make a good enough handle here. You did not make a good enough handle here. You needed to go down a little bit and do that. That didn't happen. We use the Ferber method for sleep saved us, by the way. It's a hard transition, but worth the effort. It takes about 2 to 3 days. Yeah, the Ferber method is like letting them cry it out. I've studied a lot of psychology, and so like I don't know if I'm 100% in agreement with it, but I understand using it at times. So I'm thinking about implementing that, just at least adding a like 10-minute window to let her cry for 10 minutes to be like, is something wrong? And if the crying escalates, then I'll jump in. But we don't do the Ferber method yet. We'll talk about it. We'll see what's going on. But hey, I'm glad it worked for you. Kids is kind of like whatever you can make work. Every kid is different, in my opinion. FFIE, I'd just be cautious with it. Once money starts to flow into AMC and GME, it could flow out of FFIE. But if the problem's real, you're going to see the 30-minute cross up, positive territory, and you see a positive move. That's all you need to take into consideration. But I would just say you're literally being told by Roaring Kitty himself that GME is the one, right? And then he keeps mentioning movies, and I've done my research on AMC. So I think AMC is the potential second one for sure, right? I think that would be the most potential to be the second one. And then as you look at, what is it, like Bed Bath & Beyond, FFIE, all these other ones, I'm like a little bit more like, that stuff I would need to do more research on. But if you pay attention to the signals, Trevor, that 30-minute crossing up would mean positive territory. Maybe as they're diversity, guys, then you should attention over to 10 to 15 minutes crying. If they're completely safe and healthy, then I let your baby cry out. Yeah, and we knew she didn't. We knew she had a stomach issues throughout the day. We knew she was working on something, and this morning she brewed up a big pot of coffee. Save is another one, Sabrina. Let's go look at Save. Oh, Spirit. Oh God, Spirit. You didn't know Spirit's in my city. Okay, so where I live is where they make all the planes, pretty much. 2-hour divergence looks decent here. It's a little bit flat on the RSI, but you would say 2-hour curls up. That thing's going positive. Let's see the daily here. Ooh, see the daily crossing over there means, ooh, I would be very cautious with this one. I'm not saying like you can't make your own decision. I'm just saying, I would at least wait for something to cross, wait for a reason, right? which is what we always say. It doesn't matter what the chart looks like. At least have some good reasons to take a trade. This overrun everyone's outlook if big players get scared. Yeah, I heard some weird. I read some weird headlines with Russia, but I didn't read the articles. I need to actually read the articles to say anything about it. Does that correlate with the XLU energy? Energy could be screaming. Or sorry, this is a banking ETF. I thought it was XLE. My bad. The banking ETF is going to be like, okay, banks, right? So this would tell you that banks have already gone down. So that means maybe they're already struggling here. Pay attention. You have 30-minute bunch of divergences, but that's some steep selling. So that's going to be a risky one to try to catch. The 2-hour, if I see divergences here, yeah, we can bounce that thing right back up. We can bounce that thing right back up. It makes sense. Maybe this is some kind of lower high on the or higher low on the daily, right? That curls up, awesome. But I haven't seen anything curl up yet for this. So if you go look at XLF, like financials, you're going to notice a different look here, okay? And so right here, this is telling me divergence. Yeah, a pop higher can come, but I'd be careful because once you get that pop higher, you have triple divergence. You have a bunch of divergence all across this. Like you look at it, and the last divergence is really steep. So this does not have to confirm up again. Right now, it's rejecting down. The 2-hour crosses, negative territory. It's just not the best look for KRE to see that bounce. I think you would want financials to perform well in order to see KRE really get that bounce. And then real quick, I'll just talk about energy. Energy is something very important. You're noticing this. It's in a channel, yeah, but it could be a big flag. Who knows? But right now, what would I pay attention to? Energy is going down. It's deflating. It's deflating. Usually after a big push up like this, just like XLU, when you start to see these type of things deflating, that means that assets will soon start to deflate, which means the pricing of assets will go down. And right now you're seeing a big signal, guys. This is a big signal if it holds the daily crossing up. If it goes positive, that is going to be pretty ugly. That is going to be pretty ugly. And notice that it does it overnight. Again, we do it again overnight. Right, so Sunday, overnight, we've been talking about this in the past over here too, how overnight is when you see that explosion. Then during market hours, people go, oh, but there's buying. That could just be retail, right? That could be retail buying. That could be little investors buying. That could be big investors buying too, but certain things. So right now, I would just say this. Yeah, the 2-hour looks like it needs a pullback. We could see some kind of push higher. I'd just be a little bit careful if that 2-hour rolls back up. You're welcome, Chris. Thank you for the question. Very good question. Carry XLF have double divergence on the weekly as well. There you go. So if you're seeing massive divergences start to complete on XLF, XLU, XLE, it's just like the last one to make those moves is going to be the SPY. Why? Because they're the most rigged. That's why we pay attention to those. That's why we pay attention to the dollar, because they can't rig those as much. If they rigged like Dixie, if they rigged the dollar, that would be very bad for all the countries across the world. That would make no sense to the other countries across the world, because people compare the dollar to the yen, people compare the dollar to the euro. It would be very sketchy for the entire world, and someone would catch on to it. So they can't rig the dollar. They can rig our yields, because those only affect us for the most part here in the country, right? It affects our debt. It affects our housing interest rates. It affects all things like that. So those type of things they can still rig, but anything that affects the world as far as it goes, a little less. So something like energy still can be, but our energy is still important to everyone. Russia put a fleet warships in Cuba. Yeah, people keep mentioning that. I'm very interested in that. I might even read something on that real quick. GME is now turning back down on the 15-minute. This is why I like 30-minute confirmations. So 30-minute is not telling you to do anything. It's just saying, hey, no upside potential right here. And the 30-minute for AMC is the same. It's saying no upside potential. Doesn't mean that it can't happen. You know, doesn't mean that it can't happen, but you just want to wait for your signals. That's why I'm just holding my positions overall right now. Actually, so where's my risk management here? Okay, that's down. All right, so now I have to stay risk managed in my trade. You guys, I risk manage. There's my risk management coming in right now. I'm going to see that bar complete on volatility here. That tells me that a pullback can come, and this isn't the moment for volatility, so I'm risk managed. Thankfully, I didn't take a huge position. Thank goodness. But I would rather have to lose to them 19%, right? I would rather lose 19% than give them 100% of my trade. And that's the important part with risk management. Okay, let's look here now. Something else is really cheap. All right, cool. So risk managed, we're looking good. Notice I had to risk manage right there because UVXY will go down with that, and UVXY also has decay. So because the SPY isn't dropping, that value isn't there. So I need to wait and see if this drops one more time, then I can reapply the position. There you go, risk management in real time. But yeah, all you need to take from the meme of Roaring Kitty is it is really important to pay attention today, right? He posted that last night for a reason. This week is important still. If this week was going to be not important, he wouldn't post. Notice when he stopped posting the memes, he didn't post for, I think, a 1 or 2 week span. Okay, those 2 weeks, little less important for the stock. But then he posts again. Now it means today, the time right from right now forward, because he posted yesterday, this week is important. That's what you need to understand. And then you take that info and you go, okay, so I need to be paying attention to these signals on short time frames, just to make sure that I'm in the move if it happens. So because AMC is even cheaper now, I just sold out of one position as far as volatility goes. If I wanted to, and I see that signal, I can just say, hey, maybe I'll do that. Maybe I'll take a plunge on that again just to have a little bit more exposure. Risk management as far as it goes. So volatility down here. Volatility down here, 30-minute. I saw there's like 15-minute in here, and I said at 12.12, that's when I'm going to start scaling in again. So I just scaled in with like my first scale in position because I was risk managed up in these areas. So I reapplied one position right here. I saw a pop. My position was green, but then because the SPY did not go down, that's important with volatility. You need to understand to make money with volatility, at least trading UVXY, the SPY has to come down. The SPY came down a little bit, but not enough to really cause UVXY to go up enough to get that value because of the decay. So risk management says this. I saw a red bar right here. What does that mean? The indicator is telling me a pullback is the most likely scenario. If not, some kind of trend reversal. If I see a red bar right here, the one thing it does not tell me is this is going to go up. Now, if this would go up right here, I could immediately reapply that position. But right now, risk management says, hey, if this goes like that, it can really hurt me. It can hurt my position. So I say, screw you, market maker. I'll lose the 19%. I go, screw you, market maker. I will lose the 19%. I don't care. You're not going to get 100% of my money. I'm going to wait till the real move happens. That way I know I have money to apply it. Thankfully, this was only one position, so wasn't too big of a loss. But now I could say, okay, if this turns right back up, then if this goes green, I say, okay, now the move is there. But I think there's going to be a prolonged pullback now. I think this is starting to add up to some kind of rigged move higher, but doesn't mean it has to happen. It does not mean it has to happen. So I just want to pay attention anytime the SPY turns back down, because that's what you really want to do the analysis on for taking volatility plays. This would just tell me, hey, the volatility told me to get out a little bit early. Okay, this could see a pop. Maybe I reapply the position if I see a 30-minute divergence confirm here. Someone's at GME making the move now. Let's see. Okay, good move, good start. This is a good start, okay? This means that the 15-minute was not able to roll back down. Look at that. That's a good thing so far. You need this to get across that center line, but the main signal here, like this, okay, guys? This, at least you have some kind of reason to take the trade. This is why I was a little bit upset with people on Friday going 0 DTE. You never had the reason to take the trade. You never had it. Look at this MACD. Is there ever a green bar in these red bars? No. Now you have it. So at least I would say at least you have some kind of reason. But 30-minute curling up, I trust 30-minute indications, right? I trust 30-minute charts so much more than 15-minute charts. And that, yeah, Tammy, I hope that was helpful. The 30-minute crossing up would get me really close to the center line. This would be a great indication of upside. And then I have to say, okay, 41.17, I have to watch out because that's where I expect halts. That's where I expect halts. That's where I expect rigged moves. But if this 30-minute curls up and it never curls back down, I stay in. That's what I'm going to do. AMC, similar thing, right? It needs to just curl up. You see how close it is to the center line. If that just curls up, good shit. Market feels like it wants to go down, but is it going down? XLU is bouncing. SPY and XLU, we have not caught up to that, but don't think they won't rig this market. SPY holding up pretty well. What if on the 5-minute, we're just curling up to the center line, right? What if on the 5-minute, we see this happen? I'm just going to point this out. What if on the 5-minute today, we just see a little tear down like this, and then we go like that? If the put call ratio, if the puts really come in right here, the retail traders took the bait, and you guys know, we crossed up. What does a 5-minute do? 5-minute triple divergence likes to turn up 30-minute charts. 15-minute divergence likes to turn up 30-minute charts. But the 30-minute here could turn up into positive territory right by the center line. What do we always say if that turns up? Right now, you are still in a pullback. If the 30-minute curls up at any time, that is a good sign that there's another rigged move coming to the upside. Even if this 2-hour can curl over, which it's not right now, very key. You have 43 minutes left and it's not rolling over. Not the moment. Riot? Yeah, we can look at Riot again. Oh, we haven't looked at Riot today. This is what I'm talking about. 30-minute crossing up, positive territory is there. So that would be a good sign for positivity. Now, we want to pay attention to what's gone on with this on the daily scale. You got daily divergence. Not necessarily good divergence, kind of a complicated divergence, but you see it all the way over here. See these points? Now, the problem with that divergence, well, actually, not really a problem because the RSI is showing it too. So if I just create these lines right here, you'll see. Look at that, moving up while the price is going down. It's not a bad sign. You just need some positivity for Riot. You need some positivity here. And the first sign for positivity that you need is going to be a 30-minute. Let's see that. So the first sign for positivity will be if that 30-minute rolls up. It was, and it was heading towards our sell zone. We talked about it a little bit this morning for SMCI. And we said, hey, guess what? That's rolling up and going positive. So this bar right here got you positive. Now what could you see? Well, this point up here, okay, there's a very good point of resistance right here, 833.61. 833.61, very good level to pay attention to. You notice the 2-hour rejecting for a higher low here. Very good sign that we're going to see some kind of bigger move. And the first point I would need to get through is 833, 833.50. And then the next big point I would pay attention to is right here. Right here. Now you're wondering, why am I finding these type of levels? 866.33. I'm finding in the past where price has been very important. You notice we weren't able to close on these 2-hour bars below this level right here. That's 867.67. You notice in the past we gapped above that level, meaning it's important. You notice in the past when we did break through that level, what did we see? Massive run up and then a gap. All of this leads to this level right here is very important, and I would watch out around 866 to 867. See the low here came down to about 871. So you could pretty much draw a little mini zone in here and say this little area right here seems the most important as long as I can break through this. And then all I have to pay attention to with SMCI, by the way, all I have to pay attention to is if we get some kind of 2-hour rip, this rips, if that just curls back down, it's not going to be a good sign. Mara, little divergence there. Gold little divergence here. See what goes on. Scythe Creator, thank you so much for joining us today. Hey guys, tell me right now, does my voice sound okay? This computer had like 2 different broadcast things on it, and my voice sounded funky in my video last night. It was pissing me off. I literally uninstalled all of it. I just want to make sure. Sounds sexy. Missed SMCI a little bit bad, and that is very mature of you to say. That is a very good thing to say as a trader. Oh, sorry, that's GME. SMCI. That is a very good thing for you to say as a trader. I'm going to tell you right now, you're not chasing a move immediately. Not even when the stock's up here, you're admitting it. You're admitting it on the second bar. I love to hear that. I love to hear that. That is awesome. Now, if you think a move higher is coming, what could you pay attention to if you wanted to get into this move? Well, what if I saw a 15-minute pull back down and then curl back up into positive territory? Then you could say, okay, that means another positive move. There's still a way to get into these plays when you miss them, but it's just you really have to pay attention. You don't want to chase too much. NVIDIA, let's go look at NVIDIA again. That thing was selling off. Look at that rigged move. Rigged move. 15-minute crossed up. We were talking about that. 15 minutes near positive territory. Watch out. This could be one more move higher. Look at that. We violated. We come back up. That's going to be a wick on the daily. You're still within this triangle here, this ascending triangle, and you can see a big move up. Good thing we have weekly ranges for this, right? And what we got? Someone tell me how many likes we got. How many likes we got? Because if we get a certain amount of likes, maybe I'll give the upside range for NVIDIA today. I'll tell you guys it. Even though you can get it over on Patreon right now, you can get it for every stock that we cover on this channel, the ones that we cover in the YouTube videos. As far as it goes, as far as holding for the long term for AMC, here's what you need to understand, and the way that you treat thinking about an investment is, do you like the price? You know, overall an investment is, do you like the price? Do I have a monthly MACD crossing up? And is the business, like, could the business be good? Like, do I think that it has potential is the overall thing, right? You're buying at a low price. So if you're talking about that as far as an investment goes, well, I would argue this is how I see AMC. This is why I believe in it. This is why I'm going into it. If my city did not have AMC theaters, we would not have theaters. I would not be able to go see movies. I only have one other theater here, and it sucks. And it is awful. So if my city did not have AMC, we would have no theaters. They have employees. They're improving products such as their popcorn and things like that. They're selling popcorn in Walmart. So you have to think about all that stuff when you're thinking about an investment. And then you can say, okay, I like this company. I think this has potential. What does the chart look like? What does the chart look like? And we already said, well, if the chart's in a good area at a good price, I think it's a good price where it could be undervalued, which I know it is. The actual value of AMC, even if you use the Warren Buffett method to calculate the price, it should be priced anywhere from $16 to $22. I would say this, is the monthly MACD crossing up? If that monthly MACD crosses up, and I like the stock, and I like, or not that I like the stock, I like the company, right? I say, I like movies. I always say that if you're investing, you can just look at things you use every single day. But this would say, hey, a good time, like, right? This would say this is a contrarian indication that this might be an okay investment. That's what it says. Now, the reason I'm saying it might be an okay investment is because it's in negative territory. So I have to be conscious of that and say, this hasn't completed the whole monthly bar, and this is a contrarian bullish signal. It's not a bullish signal because it's not positive, right? So if I'm thinking about investing, I like the price. Where's the price in the past? Oh, it's never been down to these levels? Oh, okay, cool. The last time actually it was down towards these levels was $10. And then you just got to think about the company, think about why you're investing in it. That's overall how you do it in my book. The potential with AMC is when you're talking about that, I assume you're asking about the short selling problem. We don't know the exact potential. We know that it is being short sold very, very heavily, right? We know it is. It's popping up even again right now. Well, not right now. That's a monthly. Sorry, let me switch to a daily. Right now, on Friday, you saw it pop higher, 34 million. You saw it pop higher here. So if there's illegal activity happening, you got to be cautious of it because someone might be illegally forcing the stock to go down, and you need to take that into consideration with your investment, right? Because usually an investment, you're like, oh, I want to invest a good chunk of money. That way it goes up over time. But when you see something like this, there is risk in this for that investment, and you have to be aware of that because the stock could just go down to zero because it is being illegally short sold. I hope that that was like helpful, but that's how I would look at investing. I would see if I like the company. If I like the company, if I think the company is useful for people, if the company is useful to me personally, me and my family, we love to go see movies. We're talking about going to see a movie right now, the new Quiet Place thing. We really want to go see because it looks good, and my wife thinks it's funny because I'm super jumpy. I am a fight or flight. I'm a fight, and it triggers very easily. Like we'll be watching a kid's show and something will jump out, and I'll like hold my fist up for a second, and she's just like, "Dude, it's a kid's show." I'm like, "I'm sorry, I'm jumpy as hell." Even though you said no one wants to buy our bonds earlier, it doesn't mean that TLT has to drop off. It doesn't mean there's not value in this for insiders here. So the reason that I would say this is a little bit different is because the weekly scale, okay? So this actually would be a sign, as far as charting goes, the momentum is saying this is a decent investment. So you want to see how this week goes, because if this week goes red for the whole week and then completes and goes green, well, that would say this could go positive. That would mean, hey, TLT might be a good investment from a momentum standpoint. Does that help? Okay, good, Trevor. I'm glad that was helpful. There are some of the best investors of all time just sat. They said, I have money now. I save money. What do I want to invest in? Well, what products do I use every single day? I use a Google phone. So I will go look if Google is a good investment because I know about technical analysis. And I would say, okay, it's a little overpriced here, but maybe I could look out for it over the next year and see what happens. If you're jumpy, that's a flight. It's not jumpy like away. I jump in. So like my wife will stand around the corner and scare me, and I'll like have my fist right in front of her face, and she'll be like, whoa, don't hit me. I'm like, yeah. I'm not like backing up and jumping. I'm jumping forward. In your opinion, do you think the Wall Street will be held accountable for their illegal manipulation of the market? No. If they hold them accountable, the entire market collapses if they hold them accountable, because there's rigged moves in every single stock. And if they actually looked into it, then they would find there's rigged moves in almost every single stock. That's why you get faked out all the time in your options trades, because they know that other people have the same thinking of you at the same time. Apple just got bad news with earnings, but the stock goes up. Tesla gets bad news, terrible news with earnings, but they just say, oh, this car, we're going to make an affordable car sometime in the future. Stock goes way up. They know, they're the ones pushing the buttons, guys. That's why we're trying to be with them. Oh, Udemy? I think you asked a couple times. Let me see here. What's Udemy? I've never seen this. Oh, that's a weekly scale, but 2 hour, 2 hour getting close to the center line. Good bar right now. Great bar right now for some kind of recovery, but this thing's been very down for a long time. I would see if there's daily divergence there. Yeah, you kind of have like a multiple point daily divergence. See, this as an investor would say, okay, this is a good level. Do I like the stock? Did I do my research? Did I do that? Did I do this? And then you can come in here and say, oh, there's a daily divergence. Well, what does the monthly look like here? Oh, the monthly, I can't even get data on it. I can't even get data on the monthly. So maybe you say, let's give them more time, right? Let's let the weekly cross up. Let's do this. You just want to say if you like the company and then go into if you want to invest. But as of right now, I see potential for a daily divergence here. You're pretty close to the center line. So you got to wait for that to cross up. 2 hour, a lot of the time to curl up the daily for a perfect entry. That would be more so as a trader, not really an investor, right? You're just waiting for those bigger signals as an investor. For stuff like this, you'll usually see this get up to the center line, cross back down, and then you'll see either a higher low or that go make that divergence, some kind of double bottom. So that's what I'd be paying attention to right now as far as that stock goes, but the signals are trying to go positive, so I get it. Seems like IWM real quick. Let's go check on that. Ooh, multiple point divergence down here, 2 hour. Not the best look for the 30-minute though, I'm just gonna be honest about that. Yeah, not the best look from the 30-minute here. You could still see another drop, but 2 hour crosses up, I could see it. Just know that you have a weekly range for this, 204.51. Oh yeah, I was gonna say if we get like 200 likes, I'll show you guys the, I guess I shouldn't show you the NVIDIA expected moves because they're not, I don't have the implied volatility. The options market just opened for it because of the split. So I don't have the implied volatility. So the only way that you could win in this, and I think this is how, if the short seller problem is 100% real, and if they have rigged it to that extent, then what you'll notice is a lot of these companies will go under, and all you're saying there is if the government bails them out. So if there is some kind of bailout, it's kind of like 2008, right? 2008 into 2009, 2009 they got bailed out. If they bail them out, the problem continues. That's all you need to know. If they bail them out, the problem continues, and actually probably inflation gets worse because they're having to bail them out and give them money. That doesn't exist. We get to see your cat. I don't have a cat. I have 3 dogs because we have an old man, and I had a dog when me and my wife got together, and she had a dog, and so we have Bruce and Alan. I should show you guys the picture I took of them this morning. So I make them sit in their spots before they get their food because I don't want them to annoy me when I'm pouring their food, and then I'll make them shake and sit and then tell them to go, and they'll watch me like a hawk. But Bruce and Alan, they were sitting in the same bed, and I was like, you're supposed to sit in your spot, but if you guys are sitting together, at least you're in a spot. And then there's just a line of drool from Bruce. That's so funny. Well, there is risk too in if they don't fix the problem. You'll get a lot of people who just pull their money out of the system completely. You'll get a lot of people that pull their money out of the system completely. If they rig it again, you actually might see people fly to Bitcoin and things like that, because if there's no way for you to grow your dollar in a good way as a small person, then you're gonna switch to crypto, in my opinion. Yeah, Playmaker, I saw what you were saying earlier. There's too many stocks under these algos. Exactly. So that's what I'm saying here. There's a potential for every single stock in the stock market to be rigged, which tells you what? That tells you this whole number right now could be rigged on the SPY. That's crazy. Been around for a while now, and your content is great. We'll be grabbing the course in the next few days. Looking forward to getting better with you. Awesome. I really appreciate that. I am so excited to hear when people are excited to learn, kind of saying like, hey, this is what these videos are for too, is to learn. And I've had some people reach out and say, hey, should I take the course? I've watched your videos for the last like 100 days straight. I've been studying, I've been practicing. And then they go, and I'm doing pretty well with your course. I'm like, if you're doing pretty well and you really understand it, like, you know, it might take you 100 days. The course is a way to get everything more clear and quicker. And there's a few things we leave out in these YouTube videos. But I respect the fact that you're just analyzing the crap out of this stuff, because if you can learn it, you will have power. And if the market remains the same, then this can all stay the same. The only thing that's different here is if the market actually becomes the real market, the actual market it's supposed to be, a fair playing ground, then your momentum will look even better. Momentum will die out to the downside. That'll curl over and go positive, and you just won't see the rigged move anymore. Wouldn't that be magical? They don't want that. They want you to think you're dumb. You're not. You are not dumb. We said this last week. Are you really that dumb because they have to play with 4 queens on a chessboard to beat your 1? You're not. I purchased the course and will continue to study to get better. Awesome, Tammy. And keep asking questions. You're asking great questions. It's perfectly fine to have me display how to do some risk management. I think that's perfectly fine. Like I said, I want everyone to be able to learn. So I said 2 weeks ago, I'm done for 90 days. Miles, see, I remember you saying that too. And I remember saying, hey, I respect that. This market looks like crap. This market looks like a totally 100% rigged system. And GME proved that. Roaring Kitty proved that with GME. What's GME doing, by the way? Roaring Kitty proved that. Look at that. Like, look at these lines, right? If we go into like, say, like even a 1 minute chart, like, look at this. Look at these spikes. Like, it's just ridiculous. And they halted in real time, and he proved the market manipulation. I love it. I love every second of it. For your lives too, you seem to be more clear and concise. Many other streamers. I'm kind of being ballsy by being as clear as I can, but I'm trying to really just discuss with you guys how I am overall. I'm not teaching you how to take trades. I'm teaching you how to read the charts and what it means when they do certain things. That's what I'm teaching you. You still have to risk the money. I don't want any credit for your trade. I want credit for you to see the setup. And then after that, you're the one risking the money. So don't give me a lot of the credit. You deserve all the credit. You're taking the risk. How isn't the SEC doing anything? Because the SEC is part of it. Remember, multiple things are rigged. Once one thing is rigged, like the stock market, something as big as the stock market, then you know, in order for the stock market to be rigged, then the SEC has to be rigged. In order for the SEC to be rigged, then you know all politicians are rigged. If in order for the politicians to be rigged, then you might know that how they get elected is rigged. And we talked about that last week. There are companies overseas that pay donations to politicians to get them in, and there's one that 98% of the politicians they donate to get elected. One of those, and they're on both sides. They're Democrat and Republican. I'm just going to mention that the most popular one that you probably everyone knows about, who was one of those beneficiaries of that company and had that 98% chance to win the election, was Joe Biden. But they are on both sides. Do not get it twisted. So the question is, what are we going to do about it? And that's what I think they are. What's the word for like under expecting? Oh God, there's a word I'm trying to get out here. They're being ignorant. I think that big guys are being ignorant. There are fewer of them. There are more of regular people. And if they start to keep doing this funky stuff, when people are in this type of fight, people are willing to fight for it right now with their computer. When that changes, if something happens and that changes, psychology would tell us that that's not a good look when you get millions and millions of men very angry at the same time. Underestimating, that's it. Sorry. Gosh, Marina, thank you. If DJT, oh yeah, let's look at DJT. I'm fucking down, dude. Uh-oh. Where's the double bottom? Here it is. Okay, you still have, now you have divergence down at these levels, actually. Not the best, though. A little bit. Look how that's a little higher. Divergence there. Okay, so if this would complete and go positive, it needs to complete, guys. There's still a lot of time for a 2-hour chart to complete. So we can look over the daily. Look where the daily is, right by the center line. This was all a pullback. According to the chart, this is a pullback right now. You're not really going negative here, and you're seeing a 2-hour divergence. DJT looks like it might see a pop in the next week or so. That doesn't mean right now. This can take a lot of time to play out. But you're seeing 30-minute divert. Okay, what's DJT looking like? You're seeing 30-minute divergence, and look at this. That might be a rigged move right there, because that crossed up. That wanted to go positive. That's exactly what they don't want to happen for the algorithm. Well, they are utilizing insider trading. You know they are. But that tells you the SEC is not investigating the right people. Which, if they're not investigating politicians, that's a direct sign. Because you can ask them, why don't you investigate politicians? They won't answer the question directly. Are you investigating politicians? Do you suspect there is insider trading with politicians? They will not answer the question. They will not say, no, I do not think that, which means it's a yes. So what would we say? Well, if they're not, whatever politician that they are not willing to investigate is doing insider trading, is doing some kind of corrupt behavior. Yeah, Nancy. Yeah, exactly. That's who I'm talking about, Q. It's funny, you kind of like, you just know we're talking about Nancy Pelosi, who apparently bought GameStop, but who also bought Nvidia and is up, what, hundreds and hundreds of percent? Let me see here. Is Apple looking like it's trying to confirm? Let me take a look at Apple. We haven't looked at that in a minute. It did confirm, by the way, a little bit ago this morning with that 8:30 bar. Was it 8:30 bar? The 9 a.m. bar for me, 9 a.m. So it confirmed actually at a price point of 195.57. Very, very solid that we're going to turn around the 2 hour again. It's already turned down. So you got the rejection now. If this 2 hour completes, yeah, you still got to pay attention. Any way that any of these stocks look, I don't care. You need to pay attention to how you can get screwed. You have to on the shorter time frames. But right now, this would be a good indication for at least a pullback, bearish contrarian signal that we could reverse the trend. The 30-minute, if this curls down, maybe curls back up into positive territory, then you know, oh, another rigged move is happening. That is how you risk manage. All right, guys, hold on 1 second. I'm going to leave you guys over on the SPY for just a moment. I got to take a piss. So I'll be right back 1 second here. Hopefully I don't miss anything. I think we'll be okay for 2 minutes here. Let me just go take a pee. I'll be right back. And now it's time for the question of the day. Did Lucas wash his hands? Did Lucas wash his hands after using the restroom? We know that's a 50-50 flip. If it was just a pee, we know that was a 50-50 flip. Did Lucas wash his hands? We'll find out soon. Big Smoke says no. Big Smoke says no. I love doing that to you guys. That's one of my favorite things, is to come back and see if you guys think I wash my hands. Oh, Bubblicious says, yeah. P, that will be a no. Ew, I don't want to think about it. Maybe water, no soap. Okay, all right, guys. Today, I did wash my hands. Today, I did wash my hands. The only bad part is, in that bathroom up there, I have to like go back into the kitchen because we don't have a soap dispenser, so I have to use Dawn soap. So these hands are as clean as your dishes that you eat off of right now. That was fast, yeah. My dad used to call me Squirt. I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about it. I've got good pipes, okay, people? I've got good pipes. Q's hasn't curled up yet. But I'm still risk managed. Isn't that important? Look at this. The Qs haven't even curled up yet, but I'm still risk managed because I'm following volatility. If this just curls back up, okay. But I'm still risk managed. Do you see how now my risk is completely out? I lost the 19%. I'm like, okay, that's fine. As long as I'm like, hey, this is potential here for them to screw me, so I'm going to stay out. Very good. Open the water for 2, says a tip the fit. Yeah. Done. Watch before. Okay, here's what I'm gonna say, guys. I know this is totally off topic. Totally off topic. Washing before you use the bathroom makes the most sense to me. Like before a guy goes number one. It makes the most sense to me. Washing after, there's an argument to be had there that you don't really need to. So here, I'll give you my argument as we kind of click around and look at some charts here. XLU, by the way. We'll see what's happening here. Starting to flag out a little bit. Because technically you're touching your hands with everything, and then you're touching your parts to go number one. So technically you're touching everything dirty, and then you're touching yourself. The other argument for washing before, that's the argument for washing before, because you're touching everything and then touching yourself. And then the argument for washing after, for not washing after, would be if your ding-dong's not dirty, then what? Like, what were you playing in mud? Did you just go to the gym? Were you sweating? Like, I don't know. Okay, totally random topic, but we got to keep the stream fresh with some random topics every once in a while. 30-minute confirmed for Apple. 2-hour rejecting. Very, very good stuff we're seeing here. AMD getting that rigged move. Wasn't able to cross on the 2-hour just yet. Wasn't able to cross. I love that I talk about washing hands and go over that topic. It's just like, people are like, God, get off of this stream. 30 people gone. Oh, true. If you do that, Linsation, you better wash your hands. That's definitely true. I agree with you there. Okay, so 15-minute for the Qs was able to cross up, so the positivity is there. The SPY, positivity not there yet. Looks very, very flaggy, but we've seen some rigged moves. I think they're just trying to see what's happening here. Oh, look at this. PCC is starting to head down, guys. Starting to head down. If that can get below, I would say 0.8, we might see a rug pull. You've got the 2-hour, the dollar here. A move up would make sense for this to digest, but usually once you start to see those insiders sell, if they just keep selling, that thing's just going to keep ripping. So we'll see. HYG, notice that is bouncing back. This is why I'm saying, like, you'll see a drop during these type of things, but sometimes by the end of the day, it ends up bouncing, or the next day it ends up bouncing. We'll get data this week. We did not cross over on the 2-hour yet. All these things are very important. 15-minute crossing up for the SPY would be an indication of more upside. Right now, you just flagged out all day. But here's the thing. A lot of retailers that do technical analysis would say, oh, this is just a dead cat. This is a flag. This is that, which makes total sense. But what if they want you to think that and then they just cross up the MACD? That's why I really like the indicators more. Oh, what is that? Crowd strike? That's it, yeah. Ooh, good move. 30-minute divergence is here. Flat divergence, though. Flat divergence, very important to understand that. Very flat. So we gotta see what is going on here. Solid move from the 2-hour. Best time to get in? No, this is daily divergence forming here. I'm just gonna give you my hard opinion on this. There is no reason to take a trade with what I'm about to say. We follow the indicators to take trades, so no reason to take a trade here. I'm going to say that CrowdStrike completely fades this move and goes into a negative daily trend. Yep, that's what I'm going to say. Weekly divergence is popping up green. We could see a couple weeks here, but if we're going to hold all these divergences, I think we have a matter of maybe a week or two before CrowdStrike starts to give all this up. CrowdStrike, wait, that was right. It makes me think of Counter-Strike. GME dropped, let's see it. Oh no, GME dropped. How much money do I have? Like, that's my first inclination when the GME drops off or AMC drops off. I'm like, how much money do I have? Like, how much money am I allowed to put in this? How much money, and is my wife watching the live stream right now? I'm going to wait for a reason to take the trade. But I might put that volatility money back into this if I see a 30-minute curl up into my trade back and forth position. Let's see how much that one is. Ooh. Okay, let's see if we see any signals here. I'm going to start to really work on this thing. Oh God. Okay, so see that the 5-minute? See, remember I said 5-minute triple divergence likes to turn up 30-minute MACDs? What are we seeing right now? 5-minute triple divergence is forming. 5-minute triple divergence is forming. Now, that triple divergence is not on the RSI at the same exact time. If I blow that up, you're going to notice, see how it's like down here and not necessarily forming there, but it is across. So you have multiple point divergence technically. So I'll see if this curls up. Yeah, I am worried for RK. Don't be. He's not worried at all. He has all the cards, guys. GME, what are we noticing? Triple divergence here for GME. And the triple divergence is on GME right now. How much is a GME contract? Damn, the GME contracts compared to AMC are just insane. Makes sense. Damn. We'll see. We'll see. It's a fight, y'all. It's a fight. We got ourselves a fight out there. But triple divergence on the 5-minute, that does, well, it's not necessarily triple. It's just triple on the MACD, but that is a good sign for the momentum dying out. Do you see the tapering? So we talk about why divergences are important, and tapering is part of that, and maybe we need to mention that in the course a little bit more, but it's pretty easy to understand. You're going to see divergences once you start to taper, and look at this. Now, look how much we've, well, technically that's maybe even a lower, higher low, but if we take the actual bottom of the bar here, is this on 2? I need that on 1. Is that hard to see on 1? Can you guys still see that? Someone let me know if you can still see this okay. See how you taper twice? Please let me know. Can you guys see that okay? I've been holding calls on since Friday on AMC. Just okay, it's if the signals are going to prove itself, you can feel a little bit better. But me, I don't have enough money in this to be really that scared. Triple divergence tells you momentum is dying. That is your indicator telling you the momentum to the downside is dying. Do you see how there is downward moves in price while the indicator goes up? That is telling you the indicator is about to say, I'm going to go into some kind of maybe, right? There's a probability here because you're close to the center line. Down here, low probability to change that trend. Up here, a little bit more. Right here, if that crosses up, good probability to change around that trend. Good probability to change around that trend right here. So if that crosses up, I'm going to execute a contract. Or I'm not going to execute a contract. I'm going to buy a contract. If that goes up, I'm going to buy like 20 to 30 contracts, if that can actually confirm here. This is how you do it. I'm going to do it in real time. Let me see real quick. So confused. It's good? Okay, thank you, Carlos, for telling me. That's kind of like what I go at here. Now, this is because I'm very good at it. So what I really want you guys to learn here is you'll be in the move. Just the 30-minute has to cross up. But that's tapering. Divergence is a sign that momentum is slowing. Yeah, a confirmation on a 5-minute will let me know. It doesn't mean it has to happen. This is a rigged stock. Remember, I've been trading for a while now, so you need to know, like, 5-minute charts, you can see crazy stuff happen. That could literally just do this. That could go like this, that divergence plays out, and now you start to make divergences this way, right? So you got to take that with a grain of salt. Amazon. Ooh, let's go look at Amazon real quick. Oh yeah, Amazon's gonna have a rejection here, man. You probably have a 15-minute divergence. There it is, 15-minute divergence, very close to the center line. Amazon, where's that weekly expected move? Holy sh! I wish I could post these to Patreon, but I'm live right now. Ooh, you still have upside for the entire week. But that's gonna be a rejection, so some kind of pullback looks like it's at least coming for the 2-hour. 2-hour pullback looks very likely for Amazon coming soon to your theaters, to your AMC theaters near you. 15-minute, it has to confirm. So I'm not confident saying that until it confirms, but that is the indicator telling you. Remember, we're just learning how to read the indicators here. The indicator is telling you the momentum has shifted down. What do we look at? The put-call ratio has come down a little bit. I think they might want to get that down to 0.8 before they actually rip it away from people, but we'll see. We will see. Let's maybe look, is volatility about to turn up? Well, it's close to the center line. We'll see, right? Dow Jones already confirming some downside here. A lot of the time we follow Dow Jones. SPY still building up, about to cross on that 30-minute, or on that 15-minute. Very, very cool. AMC, let's pay attention to this pretty tight right here. Oh, sorry, my dog hit my desk. I'm gonna turn on some dope ass music for this trade because I'm gonna maybe take it. Oh, I still have that Andrew left video and it's just his face like full screen right now. Ew, God, he looks so worried for some reason, but he's not. It's just a small position. It's just a small position, guys. It's just a small position. That's like me. That's like me if I took this AMC trade. I'm like, I'm just doing a small position, guys. I'm just doing a small position. Then it goes down. You see me like. That's what he's doing. I really want to just turn on Jackie Lay Tits for a little bit. He's so funny. I hope he's playing music over there, but. What kind of sandwich am I having? My wife's not here today, unfortunately. Can we go over the SPY? Yeah, we can go check on the SPY real quick. Okay, so the SPY, the main things to pay attention to, not necessarily, well, 5-minute you can, because usually we have to create the stronger base, but right now, you want to say if the 2-hour curls over, that means negativity. Is that able to curl over? We said there's a lot of time in this bar, be careful. But I said I think there's going to be another rigged move. I think they want to convince people to buy more calls. So what do I think happens? I think you're going to get a 15-minute triple divergence here, like a clear one. See how it's kind of not clear? You got rejections up here. I think you'll get a clear one that'll pop up, pop right back down, and then that might be the moment where everything burns to the ground. But even though we say that, that could be the moment. That might be the moment. That is a probability that this is the moment. But is that the moment? We have to always be on our toes. We know that this is rigged. So if they wanted to, what is stopping them from going like this, going like this, going like this, going like this? You always want to just pay attention to your signals. If it is going to crash down, your signals will not curl back up. But the main signal here is a 2-hour crossing. That is a good indication of downward momentum. That is where I would take maybe a month out play or something. We mentioned it in the course, the 30-minute as well. If this is able to curl up, that'd be good. But right now you do have the rejection. So I think paying attention to a 15-minute would be pretty solid. Because if we see it pretty quick, that would be awesome. Shoot. Did I miss this? No, we're good. I'll put it up on my other screen. That way I'm paying attention to it. Because I might take a trade. I'll show you guys AMC. I'll show you guys how like a 30-minute crossing up is like the perfect time to buy. It really is. That's what your indicator is telling you. Because the worst time to buy is when your indicator is literally telling you downside. The worst time is right here because this is telling you the exact opposite of that play. And whenever I talk about buying and selling, that's just the indicator telling you that. I'm just voicing it for the indicator. The indicator here is saying, why would I take, this is saying downside, which makes no sense. If I think there's downside, some kind of pullback, some kind of reversal in trend, then why would I say upside, right? Why would I take an upside play? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Is it going to be able to cross? We'll see. We will see. This is fun. I'm having fun today. Who let me have fun? Who is it? Don't call the cops. Luke's having fun. SMCI, let's check on that for a second. Let's reverse things around. Who's got something for me to check on here? 2-hour rejecting that downside. Let's see what happens going forward. 30-minute crossing up, going positive. Looked like a solid entry. Now you're flagging out. So this is an opportunity for the 5-minute to get that pullback, right? If the 5-minute gets that pullback and you missed out on the move, that's cool, right? You want to pay attention. I can get screwed maybe 15 minutes and things like that. If that starts to curl over, where are you? Negative territory. So that wouldn't even be the moment. So if you don't want to chase, right? You want to make sure if you're not in the move, not to be chasing. You don't want to get in that mentality. Alrighty. I'm going to turn on some tunes for myself. Some tunes. Make sure this isn't on. Okay, cool. All right, we got the playlist on. We're jamming. I'm jamming with my boss, Paul Rudd. He went to the same college as me. Toasting, making it all okay. When I come back down, it doesn't feel the same. Come on, guys, gotta have fun with your day. But I couldn't leave it if I tried. 10% down, that's awful. Roaring Kitty is losing hundreds of millions of dollars. We're violating the 5-minute divergence. That's why we don't front run. Outside of the party, smoking in the car with you. Apple, yeah. Rejection on the 2-hour, big deal. 30-minute crossed over, big deal. How you can get screwed? 15-minute crosses up. Look how it's close to the center line. If that 15-minute doesn't cross up, that 30-minute trade looks solid. Delocated? I haven't. Apple does. Good job, Sloth. You were right. You're reading it right. I'm glad you're coming in for another thing. Does she work at a sandwich shop? Pretty much. She works for me. She works for me. AKA, yeah. She makes way more than sandwiches. She's a great cook. Oh, I'm just kicking my desk. I should show you guys her setup. It's all pink. She has a desk over here because we like to play games together. We haven't played video games in months. But when we get the time, she has a whole pink computer setup, pink keyboard, pink mousepad, pink headphones, pink microphone. Oh God, everything's pink in my damn house. But yeah, you're reading Apple correctly here. Now, if that 15 minutes not going to curl up, then the 5 minutes going to curl down. That looks good. AM Dizzle. Not able to confirm up on a 15-minute. Using the 5-minute, 3-minute to use the same info. You can. The thing you have to understand about using the shorter and shorter and shorter and shorter time frames. The shorter time frame you go, the crazier shit you can see. The more faked out you can get. That's why if you really want to be a good trader, take one trade a month and trade daily charts. Daily charts are, you see a lot less crazy stuff. I'll throw an example out there for you. Look at this 15-minute chart for AMD. 15-minute chart. Oh, divergence. Okay, that could be the moment. No, it's not. Okay, we go up. Oh, wait, this could be the moment it crossed over. No, it's not. Oh, we get rejection here. That could be the moment. No, it's not. Oh, this popped up. Now we're close to the center line. That could be the moment. No, it's not. Oh, it is. But look at that. It never crossed back over. So this was the moment right here. But notice we had 1, 2, 3, 4 moments to get that. Now I'm going to show you something else. I'm going to show you a great trade setup. The daily scale on Apple. In my buzz, that's why they call it morning. Let's look at Apple right here. This is a trade where this is how we found the bottom in October. What do you want to see here? The daily chart. You're patient, you're patient, you're patient. Oh, divergence. This could be the moment. Boom. Good run up. Okay, that crossed over right here. Uh-oh, same place. So that would say if I'm a trader, not trading options, I break even. If I'm following this. Then I see a triple divergence form and I say, this could be the moment, triple divergence. Triple divergence is awesome on daily charts. Boom. That's the moment. This is how dailies don't screw you over as much. Now, in the past, this could have faked you out the entire time. That's why it's like important to understand, like clear divergences are much better. Like you see how these are not clear? These are not clear. That's why these are bad. Volatility is low, volatility is low, volatility is low. This is very clear. Very clear. This is pretty clear. Look at this one on the daily scale. This one's pretty clear. And plus, if you took this one, even in an option trade, that's enough. That's enough to make you some money. Now, here, what do we have? Boom, boom, decently clear. 1 point of divergence here. So this one, a little complicated in here. Then once it actually confirms, right here, boom, happened immediately. Great trade right there, great trade right here. It's a way to point out just less crazy stuff happens on the shorter time frames. Back here, some crazy stuff happened, or on the longer time frames. Back here, some crazy stuff happened. Good. Sloth, that's how you do it. So the reason this was so good, guys, is because right here you had 2 hour, you had daily triple divergence, you had 2 hour divergence, you had 30-minute divergence, all at the same time. That got you in way down here, and boom, that is such a good trade. That's the trade I last took for, back in October I took that trade. It was very good. I sold out at top Bollinger right here. I had to hold that for a couple weeks. You're welcome, Robert. And you got to manage that risk still. It's not game over. It doesn't mean it's always going to play out on the daily scale. But as of right now, we see a bunch of funky divergences again to the upside. You're going to always see the funky divergences to the upside. The downside ones will be clear. This is why we call the bottom before the earnings. And I've traded Apple so much that I said I still won't trade this. I did not trade this around the earnings, but I traded it for a second right here because it confirmed on this bar, took a little trade up from there, took a swing trade after a pullback. Boom, we see an upside move. I took profit at my sell zone. And then I don't have to play with earnings at all. It's awesome. GME, if it goes negative on the daily, that's not a good look. See how it wants to go negative? It's not negative yet. But my opinion on this is if a 30-minute curls up, you got a shot. You got a shot, but notice that is just pointing down. So right now you are in a 2 hour pull back. See how you're pulling back to the center line? But if we see an upward move, you're first going to see the 30-minute cross up, go positive. If that goes positive, you're going to see a 2 hour curl up if there's more positivity. That's all you got to understand. And then the last part is you need to, because you're in a fight against short sellers, you need to close. You need to get above 41.17. 41.17 is most likely where you start to see halts. Because the options market priced this in for GME this week because they applied new short positions. Right? So these guys are in the money, in the money, in the money. If it goes to here, they're not. They're losing a ton of money. So then we'll see halts, we'll see rigged moves anywhere above 41.17. It's hard. This is a very hard environment, Lily. But I would tell you this. They're out there. They're out there. They're out there. Daily divergence confirming today on Apple. What did we just say about divergences? Well, they can be funky, but this is why you don't do like a week play, a 0 DTE, a week out play. We say do 1 to 2 month plays, do dailies. You think? I don't know the words, so I don't want to sing them and annoy you guys. Same thing goes for AMC, by the way, on this. Now, AMC is curling down on the daily MACD. That's a bad sign. That's a bad sign. That means you're in a daily pullback. 437 is a good level. But it looks the exact same as GME, just not as strong. Because the daily is crossing over, right? So daily is saying no reason to take an upside trade. Now, am I going to sell all my AMC because of that? That's what the hedgies want me to do. No, thank you. 5-minute never curled up though. So until that 5-minute curls up, no reason to take a trade even on a 5-minute chart. And I can see crazier stuff on a 5 minutes. So I would really like to see a 30-minute or a 2 hour or at the best case scenario, the daily crossing up if I'm patient. That's all by myself. GME is already pulling back. GME is already pulling back. We talked about this on Friday. 30-minute crossover, that means pullback. So right when this happens, right here, no reason for an upside trade right here. Then you get a bounce to give you hope, but it never crossed back up on the MACD. This is a lagging indicator, but stop thinking I want to get the perfect price. Start thinking I want to take a good trade. That's all. Like if you switch your thinking a little bit from I want to get the perfect price to, oh, I just want to make a good trade. I want to make a good trade. Well, then you just need to prove that momentum is with you and you can make a good trade. If he exercises his contracts, they have to scurry and buy 12 million shares if his contracts were made with naked shorts. So if they were made with naked shorts, that would force them to buy 12 million shares of GME, which would be technically synthetic shares because over 90% of the stock is held by retail. It's just held, the real shares. So they'd have to buy synthetic shares while those people hold. That would cause the stock price to go up. So if he executes his contract, I believe the stock will go up. Right now is not the time to look for entry, correct? Only after it crosses below zero. No, you can do it. You can do it early. I do it early. I just manage my risk because I know I'm taking it as a contrarian, right? So I would look for a 30-minute, right? See that cross? Awesome. I'm in. If that 30-minute crosses back up, I'm out. And then if that 30-minute crosses back down, I'm back in. It's a trade like water game. Oh, pullback up. If it pullbacks up, nothing is telling me GME has to pull back up yet, Barnabas. Nothing is telling me it has to pull back up yet. We're seeing weakness and momentum on a 5-minute, but 5 minutes do crazy stuff. All right, you need to start seeing a 15-minute go positive. That's a contrarian indication. But the 30-minute crossing up would be more of an indication. If it goes positive, then you can be bullish. Meaning whoever short sold. So that's kind of important. Let me pause real quick. Let me pause my music so I can think about this. So the important part to understand is the platform, say E-Trade, because he's on E-Trade, because that's the one he used, E-Trade. Okay, say the market maker itself, E-Trade, however you want to put it. They created the contract that sold the naked shorts. So they're on the hook, but the naked short sellers are probably the most on the hook. Okay, the naked short sellers do not own the shares to sell the too short sell. You have to own the shares to short sell. They don't. That is what naked short selling is in a nutshell. It's they don't own the shares. So if they get caught in something and the stock price goes up, or he executes the contract, mainly if he executes the contract, they have to give him 12 million shares that they don't own. So they have to scramble and buy those 12 million shares to then make that trade happen. And the reason that E-Trade is scared is because they're on the hook for it because they are the ones that created the contract. They have liability of the contract because they sold a contract without confirming that the person had the shares. Do you see how that makes them in trouble? Do we see how that makes them in trouble? The color bar, this is a histogram behind the MACD, like these ones. This is a histogram. So all you do is, I believe it's right here, the histogram here, above, grow, green. So stronger moves will be green, fall, that. So this is when you're, I think this is when you're kind of dying out in momentum, right? So it's kind of falling, but once it goes green again, that's a good sign. So this is, if you just want to mark this real quick on your inputs, that's just what I do. But you usually want, obviously, green for positive, red for negative. Green for when the MACD crosses up anywhere in it, you'll get green. And then red for when the MACD crosses down. That means momentum is shifting down. And then it's just important to know where the MACD is very important. Because just seeing red or green on here doesn't help you. Where are the lines at? Am I in positive territory? Am I negative? I see how I can spark a hell of a squeeze too. Thank you for helping me understand the mechanics a little better. Yeah, I'm trying to break it down pretty, because there's a lot of complications in it. But Jeffrey, that's probably the most simple way to understand it, is they do not own the shares and E-Trade made the contract. They are both liable for that if he executes. So what happens then? Well, one, they have to come up with those contracts. They have to come up with the shares. If they don't come up with the shares, then their whole side is in trouble with the SEC. or at least they should be. But the point is, they, in order to even, and now we'll get into borrowing. So if they say they borrowed shares and then they didn't borrow shares, now the person that they borrowed shares from would technically say, okay, well, in order to borrow those shares, you have to put up collateral to prove you're good for it to borrow, right? Because they'll give a borrow rate. It's kind of like getting a home loan. Getting a home loan, you have to prove that you have assets or make money that can pay that back, right? And then you get your interest rate. So what did they do? What did they do? Well, they said they borrowed shares, they didn't, and then they borrowed those shares, or they said they borrowed shares, they didn't, and then they shorted, right? I think I'm having this backwards a little bit. See how it gets complicated? Yeah, that's it. Okay, so if you did borrow shares, then you have to put up collateral. And your collateral is, what's their collateral? It's stocks. It's the individual stocks that they invest in. It's the SPY. It's anything in the SPY that they have. It is this guy. That's their collateral. It was smart for him to show his account, and he wanted to prove that on Friday. Everything he did on Friday was so good, and everyone hated it, and I said, you're just wrong. I'm sorry. I said that in a YouTube video. I said, you're just wrong. Everything he did was good. And it was 100% legal. If E-Trade would have closed his account, they would get rid of their liability. So the fact that he made it public made them not able to close his account, because that immediately will cause, if they closed his account, that would immediately take away like probably most of their clients, because they're supposed to be, you know, a lot of retail traders use E-Trade. Okay? So a lot of retail traders use E-Trade, therefore now they would boycott them, they would take their money out of them, and that is not good for E-Trade. So it's not necessarily, unless E-Trade themselves, someone connected to E-Trade is short selling, but technically they made the contract. They're in trouble for it. The short sellers are who really have to pay at the end of the day, and then you want to see how much liability that the like E-Trade or Robinhood assumes. And that's why I'm really worried about Robinhood, because if this is all going to come true, then if Robinhood did something bad here, then you would say they might experience some weakness. And what are we noticing in their chart? A triple 2-hour divergence, okay? Triple 2-hour divergence, a daily divergence. So you're seeing a lot of weakness in momentum. The charts are telling you something's up here. Watch out, there is a point to pay attention. Proved, you know, Roaring Kitty, all he did, proved he had the position, proved he's holding the position, told us he has no other position, so he's not doing anything illegal. He's not doing anything illegal. It's very important. Proved he's not working with any institutions. He said he's not. He said he's not. And then the last part is he proved that there was manipulation. He proved there was manipulation not from him, because that's why he went live late. That's why he said, let me show my portfolio. Oh no, it's halted. Because he knew that would do that. GME prices. Let's see what's happening with GME prices right now. We'll go down to a 5-minute, but take it with a grain of salt, guys. Any pop that we see that can lead us into positive momentum, remember, this is telling you the momentum can go up. Now you don't necessarily have that triple divergence. So that's what I'm talking about. The 5-minute, crazy stuff can happen, and this is forced to the downside. So it's risky to do a 5-minute, very risky to do a 5-minute, especially front running it, right? That's why I was waiting for this to cross up on my other screen for AMC. And on my other screen for AMC, AMC is looking a little bit better. It's holding the divergence a little bit better, but is it going to cross up? They will manipulate it down. They do not want momentum to take you, oh, sorry, I punched the mic. They don't want momentum to go to the upside. That is very important to understand. That's why really to pay attention for the next move, you need to look at a 30-minute. A 30-minute is more momentum behind the move. Notice the last time a 30-minute curled up, positive territory, boom, positivity. Curled down, pullback, now negative, okay, more than a pullback, reversal in trend, that curls back up. And then you would say contrarian bullish, still pullback, meaning maybe dead cat bounce, right? And then you would say if that curls back down, okay, negativity continues, but if that goes positive, then you would say bullish. That is everything the indicators are telling you here. AMC like wants to do it, but it's not. It wants to. I liked his tweet yesterday. I think it just gives you an inclination of like, he's doing something at all times. We don't know what that is though. So this is why it's like, he gave you a hint to pay attention. And that's what we're doing here. We're paying attention. If this 30-minute momentum curls up, that could be the moment. If it curls back down, it's not. If it curls back up, it is. Every time this thing goes positive, it could be the moment. Every time. I wanna get numb and go back. Just looking in your eyes, like looking at the sun. Was that today? That's during overnight usually. Yeah, that's overnight market usually, right? Lenny, that didn't happen during the day. At least from what I see. I haven't seen it on Twitter or anything. People would be posting it all over Twitter. I would say save more, Barnabas. I would say save more. You only have 130 euro. You have an opportunity here to learn. I would say work really hard and save. Cut down on areas where you can cut down. That's why I shouted out Mint Mobile. Mint Mobile allowed me to save like almost $1,000 a year on my cell phone bill. Things like that do add up, and you can just say, if I saved 1,000, then I know by the end of the year I want to save 1,000. And what you do during that time is you practice. You practice. Now, that being said, sorry, because you have to practice first before you use real money. There's a whole nother leap of problems once you use real money. At first, it's I practice. Practicing seems easy. And then you add the emotional aspect when you're actually risking your money. And then you have to add risk management. Practice is very good. Overnight's very important. They can't manipulate the stock as much in the overnight market. Apple with the downfall. Let's see. Holding strong here on that 30-minute divergence. Great play. 2-hour rejecting. 2-hour rejecting. Very good. Now you just need a daily confirmation here for a pullback. Right now this says pullback, by the way. This does not say this has to reverse in trend. The probability of this reversing in trend is a little bit low. Now it's there because you have divergence. But look how far away you are from the center line, right? So they could just pull this back, rig this to go back up, then pull it down again. Maybe that lines up with... If that happened by June 21st, that'd be surprising. Reliable news is not out there. Reliable news is not out there for stocks. I'm just being blunt with you. I used to be a fundamental trader. It never worked out. I got screwed. I invested in a fraudulent company once that's proved they had great numbers. They were fraudulent. There is no good news. There is no good news source out there. Okay? As far as the fundamental side goes. If you can learn the technicals, you will be better than a fundamental trader. Trying to draw a divergence on the daily. See how if that happened, that would be a good little fake out. I'm falling apart. Alright. Yeah, maybe podcasting. If you find someone, I would just do research into like what they've said in the past. So if you want to say like Jim Cramer, okay, go look at Jim Cramer's videos 30 days ago. Look at what he said to buy. Look at what he said to sell. And then look what happened over the next week after that in the chart. I've done that. He said to buy Nike. 2 days later, it crashed down by 23%. The whole system is rigged against you. They're all in on it. Think about it. It's like, hey, if you invest your money with me, we're going to rig the market so you make a ton. All you have to do is go out and say, like, Nike's a good company. Like, okay. Just someone. Just someone likes that red light district, huh? Why is the SPY pumping? 15-minute probably cross. 15-minute crossing. Positivity is there. Boom. 15-minute cross right here. So you expect that to continue. If that goes positive, you might get outside of this. And then we want to watch for that divergence, because if that sets up right here, that's a big sign of weakness. Right by negative territory. So basically, it's make a decision the opposite of what everyone else is doing because the big people are watching the public. Yes. And right now, I'll just tell you what they're telling you. Do not buy AMC. Do not buy GME. Buy NVIDIA. That's what the media is saying. I went from like happy music to just very screamy music. 15-minute divergence right here. If that crosses, potential for a pullback. I like 30 minutes though. Little divergence here. Not the best. This looks parabolic. What is this? Falling into love now. A second. Okay. Let me look for voices in my head again. Treat carefully. They're tricky guys too. Like a lot of the time you'll see like, oh, they'll tell you to buy here and then they'll send the stock higher for a little bit and then that drops off. But I'm not saying that has to happen here. I just want to look at bigger time frames. Daily divergence forming. Anytime, so this is like is this a good investment right now? That's what you have to think. Is this a, well, then you would say, well, I'm buying when the daily's completely overbought. It's not the best thing the indicator's telling you there. If that crosses over, you could see weakness. What about weekly? Is this a good time? Oh, I'm making a weekly divergence. Is this a great time to buy? I got triple divergence here on the RSI. If that confirms, that's not good. I'd rather see how this plays out. See how it plays out. See that turn down for a few weeks, get to that 50, curl back up, and then here you'll see something like this. Bam. Something to the monsters of the hunger that's inside the pain and sorrow, lost in sorrow. This one? A long-term play, they would say maybe, right? The charts would say maybe. 15-minute crosses over, then you would say maybe, but I gotta pay attention to how I could get screwed. Because like most people that come into my chat are probably not doing what I do, taking 2-week, month, 2-month out plays. So this would be like on the 2-month scale. I mean, that's saying weakness across the board, all the way from the 15-minute right now to the weekly side. So that's not good. Let's see monthly, right? But we can see rigged moves, but monthly, it looks parabolic. Yeah. I think this has an abrupt end, but you want to pay attention to like your daily chart, okay? So if the daily confirms momentum is heading down, then awesome. I would be like, my strategies and these indicators are on a daily chart, so I need some time if I'm going to do an option. I need some time behind it, so I need a month to see if in a month it can go down to like 710. Or I need 2 months to see if it goes down to 710, and if I see that curl back up, I know, oh, okay, I need to get out of this position. That's kind of how I treat it. That's the indicator saying down, up. Okay, this says positivity on the daily scale, so there's no reason to think that it has to go down anymore. Nope, I don't use volume. I mean, I pay attention to volume. It's on my other chart setup, by the way. Like, pretty much what I like to do is I just type in volume. I check if there's light volume. So if we wanted to on the SPY, like towards the end of the day, I'll just do this real quick. I just don't like it on my chart. I mean, I can leave it here. I just don't. I don't want anything to confuse me. Look how light that volume is. It's tiny. Oh, will you try me? People like volume though. I'll leave it here. Daily divergence for the SPY. Good time to invest? Not what the indicators are telling you. I'm a front runner. Don't break the rules, Jeffrey. That's what they want you to do. HM00, thank you so much for subscribing. Yeah, they want you to front run, and then those are the people that they hurt, right? So you have to have the reason to take a trade. If that MACD hasn't crossed, you do not have a reason. That's how you need to get it in your mental. If that hasn't crossed over, my indicator hasn't crossed over, I do not have a reason. Oh, will you try me out? Ooh, you say a swing one? So this, see, like weekly, that's a parabolic move. It kind of looks like Nvidia. Like Abercrombie and Fitch. Abercrombie and Fitch. No, this looks like Nvidia. It looks like Nvidia. The consolidation, big drop into the big move. This on the weekly scale just says not that good of an investment. That's what the charts say. Smaller charts will tell you different things. I'm seeing a 30-minute divergence right now. If that completes, awesome. I know a 2-hour has a likelihood to curl over. Right now, the 2-hour is curling up, so that means positivity. So that means I want to be very careful with a position here. This looks like a rigged stock. This looks rigged. So will I trade this? Hell no, because I know they're rigging it to the upside, which means they're already rigging other stocks a little bit. Why do I want to go with something that looks really rigged? That's what we say about Nvidia. Why do we want to trade something that's really rigged? And look, our risk management saved us here. 30-minute crossed up, crossed down, in, out. But maybe this is the moment, once it's more clear. Volume profiles I have used before. I do like volume profiles. I don't use them for most of the time. They just didn't add enough, but they can be a good like profit-taking type thing. But pretty much I just pay attention to points of liquidity, and if you know about liquidity and volume profiles, you'll know, okay, there's a SPY. I'll know, okay, where's the first point of volume? Where's the first point of liquidity right here? Where's a point of liquidity right here? Where's a good point of liquidity right here? That's going to be a good point of liquidity most likely. Or yeah, in this little zone here with these highs that we broke out of might be good too. So, but volume profile can make it more clear. So I respect it. Oh yeah, Bad Omens. That's who I was listening to. I think it's called Pretend is the one I was listening to. I did not just buy Nvidia. Hell no. Hell no. Hell no. That is the last stock I will buy. I will not buy this. The last trade I took on Nvidia was down here. 30-minute swing trade. 30-minute swing trade. That's when we saw a massive move up with the Fed, and we said that move looks rigged. It looks like we're going to pop back up here, and then it was, and they ripped it back up. I took the trade. I made 800% in a day, and I was like, I was stunned live. I was like, I'm going to sell that. That's what I said. Volume, I just don't want it to confuse me too much. I don't want too many things, too much info. Too much info can confuse you. I have my strategy, I do it to a T, and that's it. I manage my risk, I do it to a T, and that's it. Yeah, and I found you. I found me. Oh yeah, we can look at Bitcoin. Bitcoin, we gave that trade setup over the weekend on Patreon. This 2 hour here. If it'll load, why won't you load? There we go. Trade setup right here. This is where we said, okay, 2 hour divergence, curls up the 4 hour, boom. Right here, you have the 4 hour divergence as well. And then up here, someone brought it up. We checked Bitcoin. We said, oh, there's a 2 hour divergence for a double top. Crashes down. Now you're curling up by the center line. This could all be a handle. You could head higher, but you have to be cautious because right now you have a daily divergence that's confirmed, and it looks a lot like Apple on the 2 hour or something. So you could see some kind of pop, and then that just drops right back down. My target though was about 74.5K. That's a target. I don't take profit based on targets, if you didn't know. I take profit on whether or not I like the amount of money it's made. I like to take good values like 50%, 100%, 200%. Check on GME, we can check on it. Let's look at the SPY first, see what's happening over there, because the 15-minute did cross up. Now, right when you give up, it'll probably rip down. Puts are coming in, so they can squeeze it. Puts are coming in. Don't think they can't squeeze it. But market makers don't expect this right now. So if this goes up and the call volume comes up, uh-oh. Let's go look at GME real quick. GME never crossed up. Never crossed up. Very key thing for the 30-minute. Never crossed up. Sorry. The 30-minute never crossed up. When that crosses up, it has a chance to go positive, just like way over here. It crossed up. It took some time, but then once it went positive right in here, boom, positivity comes, pullback, swing trade, crosses up, positive territory, boom, to the upside. So we got to at least get a 30-minute to cross up to have a chance. Hey, I respect any kind of trade you're going to do. I get it. My puts up on Tesla. I haven't looked at Tesla today, actually. Let's go look. There you go. 30-minute crossed over. What does that mean? At least a pullback. It's pretty controlled. Pretty controlled in a little triangle. So we'll see if that can curl back up. That would mean positivity. But 2 hour, that crossed over. If that holds, you still have an hour and 23 minutes. But if that holds, you might open up the floodgates. But we've seen a lot of traps. So manage your risk. Traps, traps, traps. Traps, traps, traps. Trap, trap. So they know retail likes to trade this, so they're ripping it around. What's Meta doing? Do we get the 15-minute? Or sorry, 30-minute maybe? There it is, 30-minute. But it has room to the upside. AMC seeing a little bounce there. Oh, that's a 5-minute. I thought it was a 30-minute. Meta, what are you doing, man? Let's go check you out real quick. Just crossed on the 30 minutes, so that says upside for Meta. But if that is short-lived, we'll see. It's not overbought yet, and it is not towards its weekly expected move. We could see a big rig move up. Maybe we don't even get divergences behind any of these when it drops. That a 20-inch plays like a little trot. G-Wagon, 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 all the sauce falling up. Okay. 30-minute crosses down. You're close to the center line for NVIDIA. AMD, what did you do? Never curled up on the 30-minute. 15-minute, never curled up on a 15-minute. Maybe it wants a strong base. 5-minute divergence is possible here, right? If we come down, or high or low. We'll pay attention, but right now, 2 hour crossed over, that is a bad thing. You got an hour and a half left in the bar, though. Pushing on the top like a Mouton boat, 750-11 with the Utah snow. Let's see if we can find any okay, 15-minute by the center line, so we can pay attention to volatility now. See if that curls back up. The dollar, we're seeing that consolidate. We'll see if that rips higher. As of right now, volatility down by the center line. Watch out if that turns back up. Another hit, but I got more now. Apple trying to curl back up. There you go. Another rigged move left. This is not going to be easy. Now, if I was in this, I would say when we're this close and I see this, where's that weekly range? Okay, we're not even close to the weekly range yet. So if the 30-minute crosses up, I would be like risk managed, right, in this trade, and I'd say this isn't the moment. But maybe if I pop and drop again, that hasn't crossed yet. 15-minute could be an early indication of that happening, though. So if the 15-minute crosses up, I'd say maybe that's not the moment. Maybe I get a double top and then I can re-enter the position. I don't want them to fake me out, because anytime that curls up, you have the potential for them to just go, boom, goodbye to your money. So I want to be risk managed and say, okay, this would go against my trade. This would go back with my trade, right? That's the indicator telling you positivity. If it switches back to negative, then you have the reason again. Bad omens, the death of peace of mind. I don't like that one that much. We'll do this one. There you go, big move. So 15-minute crosses, positive territories there. 5 minutes left in the bar. We'll see if that's able to cross. Ooh, Meta, you're getting pretty overzealous here. You're doing cup and handle stuff, so you could get a handle here. See, 15-minute roll back to negative, so no shot at going positive if the 15 minutes negative. 15-minute rolled to negative, no shot to go positive if that 15-minute is negative. It needs to roll up and go positive. Interesting. Here's the pullback. It's just going to be the 5-minute pullback. Center line. All right. I'm going to leave it on the SPY for a sec. Or I'll leave it here. Ooh, head and shoulders possible too. But head and shoulders, you say, it gets violated all the time. What's this giga hype around GME? Everyone is waiting for it to blow up or go down hard. What are the possible outcomes? Could you explain it a little? The possible, if you're basing what you're asking off of the short seller problem, the illegal naked short selling, then the potential here is it's a battle between good and evil. Good would be the people who are trying to say, I like this, I don't get why it is going down. The evil is forcing the stock to go down. So whoever wins, if evil wins, then the stock maybe goes to 0. If the good wins, then the stock might go to way higher levels. And people are speculating how high that could go. I mean, I could see $160 as like a good assessment if the problem sheds light on the problem, but it's a battle right now of who can win. That's it. So when you buy that stock based on that analysis, you would say, I have the potential to make money, a lot of money, or I have the potential to make 0. I have the potential to lose all my money. Yes, Jeffrey. You're fighting for the retail traders against the illegal activity in the market. Yeah. All right, so now you're getting a 15-minute bounce, first of all, for the Dow. So just pay attention, but 2-hour crossing, it could, but it hasn't yet. Okay, so if that 15-minute crosses up, there's no reason for this 2-hour to curl down because the price is going up. But if that 15-minute crosses up and then crosses right back down, well then, if it crosses down into negative, then you would say, okay, well, this could be the moment where the 2-hour crosses down. And it would be within the same 2-hour bar. So that's kind of how I look at it, but this has to cross. And pretty much I would just say, let this do whatever, and then cross, and then boom. That's when you know this is saying pullback, but also very close to the center line, so negative territory, negative trend. Well, considering that most people that own the stock are just holding the stock, it's like over 90% are just holding the stock. That alone usually means that the price should be higher. That alone means the price should be higher. So, and the reason it is lower, maybe this would be good for Barnabas to see, okay? This would be good for you to see, Barnabas, okay? So if this stock is just nothing illegal is happening, then why are they short selling the crap out of it? And look at this. You're telling me that this is only probably like a quarter of the data, but 46.2 million shares have been shorted. But I don't understand that, because are there even 46 million shares that they have in order to short sell? The answer would be no, because GME has over 90% of the people just holding the stock. So this is how you know they're naked short selling, or they're shorting synthetic shares or something like that. But I would just say this is how you know there's naked short selling. And the last time this happened was the last time that the problem was brought to light. And I think it's going to come to light. I do. But once again, that's an I think. I'm not doing my analysis based on I thinks. I'm doing my analysis based on what the indicators are telling me. Just like we talk about the SPY. SPY has daily divergence. If that crosses over, it's bad. But in the meantime, on the 15-minute, the SPY can go up. Okay? And if we want to go over to GME, we would say, well, the 15-minute just went negative. The indicator is saying it's not going to go positive. If the indicator looks like this, you're not going to see the price go like that. You just aren't, unless it's NVIDIA, because it's completely rigged. But if you're seeing this cross over, you're going to see the price go down. It's negative territory. It's crossing over. So the smartest people with a bunch of money in the market who know how to play the game like myself I'm not holding any stocks long. I'm treating myself like an insider. I'm not holding any stocks long. I have 0 long positions right now. Well, GME and AMC, but I'm saying, like, do I own any of the stocks that we cover on this channel? Do I own any of them? No. I don't own Apple. I love trading this stock. I don't own it. I don't own Tesla. I don't own Amazon. I definitely don't fucking own NVIDIA, man. AMD, do I own that? No, I don't. Meta, do I own that? No, I don't. Microsoft, Google, you can go all the way down the line. I do not own 1 share of any of these stocks right now. Shares are all sold out. What do you mean by sold out? Because that's kind of the point. Celestian wonders is all the shares are sold out, and that's why they're naked short selling. They can't even get the shares. They have to borrow them. They have to pay to borrow them to short sell, or they have to naked short sell. So that means they're just doing something illegal. Yeah, actually, Barnabas. Sometimes it is like you analyze all day, you buy something at the end of the day, and then you take profit in the morning. That happens to me all the time. Anytime they're trying to trick me, I'm out. Not really a prediction. Not really a prediction. Like on this channel, we say like maybe it's a prediction, but really we're just telling you whether the indicator is telling you the stock can go up or down. This that's mainly going to help you more than a prediction, right? Because it's what's actually happening. There's a reason behind it. A prediction for me would be like, oh, I think, keyword, words matter. I think, right? Think. It's like, that's not a good reason to take a trade, is an I think. I think is not a good trade. I know that this curled up on a monthly MACD, therefore it is a good investment. That's an I know. I think would be a prediction. A prediction for me would be by June 21st. I think that AMC and GME are both probably above $100. That is an I think. There is no reason for that right now, so I'm not going to trade based on that at all. And I highly encourage you not to trade based on anything that I say that says I think. Now, if something I think gets proven in the charts and changes to an I know, that's when we can read into it a little more. Supply and demand, yeah. So the point is, they're pumping up a supply that doesn't even exist. So therefore, if the demand rate remains the same or increases, then the stock will go up because the supply doesn't exist. It's like if I had 100 apples and only 20 people wanted them, I'm oversupplied. The price will be maybe cheaper, so I get them to buy 2 apples. But if I own 100 apples and 150 people want the apples, well, then the price is going to go up because the demand is higher, and only 100 people should get apples because I only have 100 apples, right? But if I say I have 150 apples, but I only have 100, and then 150 people buy apples, I have to somehow go buy 50 apples in order to give those apples to that person. Sunny. And we ignore shills on this channel. What about the trade time? I heard someone that you should trade at the same time of the day. You need to know there's a few little things about time of day. The first hour to 2 hours is kind of like a retail hour, so you can see a lot of weird behavior during that time, and then you'll see weird behavior at the end of the day. So the last hour of trading, 33% of the volume comes in the last hour of the day. So as of 11:20 right now, you could say Wall Street goes to lunch, you maybe don't see anything too crazy, and then in the last hour of the day, all the decisions will be made. Or close the Apple shop because you're screwed. Yeah, that Apple analogy actually worked pretty well. Carlos, good point. You can't win them all either, so you got to know about risk management. Disney? Nothing feels better. Oh. I love when shills come in, because there is no analysis behind their sayings. They just say something, and that's it. That's why I love it. Anyone who talks badly about anything that I'm talking about has no research, has nothing to back it. There's none. All right, so here for Disney, actually very good find here with the potential double bottom now setting up. If you know, this was kind of a mess, but triple divergence there led into positive territory for a moment, curled back down, not the moment. Now we see potential double bottom. We see that bounce up, curling up as of right now. Great trade setup for the find. The hourly chart, or the 2-hour chart here, it needs another hour to confirm, but it's a pretty good find. This can roll up a daily chart, or maybe a rejection. Yeah, it's going to maybe reject here. That would be a good find for Disney. Now, you have to pay attention to your risk. All of these things have not proven yet, right? You still have an hour till this proves. And what if there's a rig move down? What if this pops and then a 30-minute curls down? Well, then you're going to get at least a 30-minute pullback. If you're going to see a 2-hour cross back down, you're going to see more negativity because you'd be close to negative territory. GME will fall to 1833. Source, dude, just trust me. No, at least behind everything I say, I'll show you support. I'll show you a MACD crossing over. I'll always give you the other side to it because I know that everything has a probability to go up or down at any time. So we always pay attention to the other side. I don't know, does Disney give that? Ooh, that's a big one. Wow. Wow. Now, that's not the highest volume, though. 13.6 million. That's not the highest. But you only have part of the data, so I get you. And no. Oh. Not really a price target. You don't know how high or low. I mean, for this week, guys, GME, the important level to pay attention to is what the options market is paying attention to. The options market, I calculate the number every week. This is what we do on Patreon. The options market priced in as high as 41.17. To the downside, it's somewhere around, I think, like 15. The GME, the downside move is about $15. $15 price point for the downside, right around here. Which lines up with some liquidity, that's good. But we could go all the way down to 15 before this thing wants to curl up. You just need to know the 30-minute has never curled up. If the 30-minute's not curled up, there's no reason to think the stock has to go up. The 30-minute will curl up if the stock is going up. That's all you need to know. That's what the indicators are for. Adil, thank you so much for subscribing. Appreciate you. Huge spy trap or huge bear trap? Yeah, and this is what we talked about in the morning. The 15-minute curls up. The put call ratio was at 1 this morning. So what they want to do is they want more calls. Now they're getting the calls. So what are we noticing? Curled up on the MACD. So right here, this bar right here, we should not be thinking negativity really at all because you're very close to the center line. Now you're going positive. So no reason to think negativity until that curls back down. Yeah, and I think that might be what he's waiting for. Maybe he's waiting for the stock to get to 20. It would be cheaper for him to execute if the stock's at 20, I think. DSY? It's been a fun day trade. What did you do? I gotta ask, what did you do? Holy! 5-minute curls up and goes positive right here, and it never went negative again. I know that's crazy, but look at this. It went positive, it never went negative again on Friday. So no reason for downside, big pop up. That's funny. We don't pay attention to stuff like that, but I get it. That's funny. So watch out here because what can we see? Well, we could still see this curl down, go negative, and then curl right back up. 5 minutes, you'll see crazier shit. But if this 30-minute gets rejected, that wouldn't be good. I think we still end up going up to here, but that's if the put-call ratio is not going dramatically down. FFIE is just pretty negative, and we can look at NVIDIA again here in a second there, Mohammed. FFIE on the 30-minute, you're still waiting for that signal. It's been telling you pullback, 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 right? Now it's at the center line. If that crosses up, positive territory is there. A positive move can happen. Now, the problem with FFIE is it's in this daily pullback, so you're going to need some strength to curl that back up. Right now, you're still pullback, though. It's still bullish. It's just a contrarian bearish indication. 2 hour, trying to go positive. That's a good sign. But if that curls down, it's kind of flaggy here. If this curls down, you should not expect the stock to go up. You just always have to be looking at multiple time frames. That's what I do. Qs never confirm the 2 hour divergence. I mean, it's going to be so tight. It's going to be so tight. And you're starting to see fade. I would say this. I'd say I would look at a 5-minute. I think if the 5-minute curls down and then is able to curl back up, right? If we see something like this, and that confirms that, then you have a good shot to go to this. But until all that happens, I'm just thinking of the scenario ahead of time. I'm not taking anything based on that. AMC, wait for that 30-minute man to curl up, and then you can be positive with the trade if you're going to the upside. I don't know if you're short or long, but the 30-minute never curled up. This is like one of the most important charts for right now, today. If this never curls up, it's never going to go up. Right? If this price goes like this, and this isn't able to cross and it fades, it's not going to go up. It needs to cross, then get bullish. It needs to cross the center line after that. GME, entry-wise, I'd be really seeing when this 2 hour curls over, like curls back up. But I think you got a good level at like right in this liquidity here, kind of this zone. You see this little zone? I think that would be a great entry for a like as far as if you're like looking at it from an investment standpoint. But really, I'm a guy that does it all based on the chart. So I'm not going to add to anything. I'm not going to buy anything today until this crosses up. Until this crosses up. I'm not buying anything until these cross up. So right now it's all telling me it's still in a 2 hour pullback. Yeah, it does look like head and shoulders. You are 100% right. And if we do a 15 minute, it's going to be clear, right? So if like this 5 minute pullback, if you start to see this 15 minute roll over, that 5 minute pullback might not be a pullback anymore. That might just drop. So you do see it, but you want to pay attention to the put call volume. If we can go to the put side when this is forming right now, then they might squeeze it. If it goes to the call side, then the head and shoulders might play out. But I think it's just, when does Roaring Kitty do his next thing? I feel like something big is coming this week. I just don't know when. We got the hint of 5 on a cat face, but it's like, you can't do anything with that. So just pay attention to your charts. Your charts will tell you everything. Ugh. It does look like it, but I think the put call ratio is very important for this to see if the head and shoulders plays out or if they squeeze. Let's look at NVIDIA. Someone asked about NVIDIA a little bit ago. Remember, it curled up 15 minute. Now did the 30 minute curl up? It did. So now you have potential up here to see if you can create divergence. That'd be good. Right now it's telling you positivity for NVIDIA. NVIDIA says positivity. I said I don't mean nothing. I don't even like this song too much. Yeah, it's whatever. This is a good song. We'll go with that. Oh, that's what I was doing. I was looking at this. Like maybe like 130 would be the max here for... Yeah, just stay in the triangle. Oh, Tesla. Tesla, if it's still curled over on the 2 hour, that's not a good sign. Okay, here you go. 30 minute curls up, positivity. And the 2 hour hasn't completed yet. You still have an hour left, and that's not confirming anymore. So you might get another move higher here. 30 minute crosses up, positivity is there. 2 hour crosses down, more negativity. But as of right now, it looks like it's trying to base out. So we'll see 30 minute crosses. You get a little green bar here, and that bar completes. It would say positive move, positive territory, positive move. Positive territory crosses, positive territory, positive move. I'd watch out for a divergence though. How high up can Tesla go? I'm oversleeping like a dog on the floor. This could extend for some time for Tesla. Apple moving again. Ooh, 15 minute crosses. It's crossing right now in the 15 minute. But if that reverses back down, not good. But for now, positive territory is right there. He's gonna hold it. Microsoft, Amazon. Ooh, Microsoft looks weak there now. Big divergences across the way. 15 minute, 30 minute rejection divergence coming in. Microsoft could roll over. Microsoft could roll over this 2 hour today. We want to pay attention to how we can get screwed, but 15 minutes saying pullback, if not reversal in trend, not good. Mary, forgive me. What was the other one? Amazon. There's a divergence here for Amazon as well. Amazon, 15-minute divergence. I like it on the 30. You're getting a rejection divergence right now. If the 15-minute confirms, I can reverse the trend right now. I would say pullback. But we could see this 2-hour rollover as well. Amazon's a little bit higher up, so you could get some kind of pullback, right? Some kind of pullback that leads to a higher low. All right, we curl back up into positive territory. But it also does stay on the 15-minute. 15-minute can go into a negative trend for a little bit, right? So you just want to pay attention, see if the 2-hour can curl back up if we get a pullback here. Meta curling over as well. See, the thing with Meta, it doesn't have the best divergences. Ooh, this is if this goes negative, that is steep. That is not good. If the 2-hour rolls over, you're way up there though, so this could be a pullback. Someday. Daily. If the daily crosses over though, that's ugly. That's bad because you're right by negative territory, so. Amazon and Microsoft, I'm a little worried about those two. XLU still on the bounce. Look at XLU, seeing the bounce still. Crossing up, getting close to the center line. Maybe gets a full reaction to the top side. We'll see. Yeah, I know, Carlitos. I know. GME's in a free fall. Cool. That's the daily also, like, especially on AMC, like the daily momentum is crossed down. But that's what you see, the 2-hour pullback. You're still in a 2-hour pullback. Nothing has told you upside. There you go, Jeffrey. That paying attention to your monthly expected moves. Awesome, awesome, awesome. We're starting to hit those monthly expected moves. That's as high up as you're supposed to go for the entire month. Mojoma, to answer your question, nothing. Nothing. But just know, most stocks, once they become the whole value that is larger than all of Canada's economy within like 2 years, probably needs a bigger pullback than just like a little 10%. It probably needs to pull back a little bit more dramatically. The rich people are going to take profit, and something bad might be around the corner if this AMC GME thing pops off, or maybe it's bank failures. Maybe it's nothing to do with AMC and GME. We just don't know. I'm just saying that's a fucking bubble if I've ever seen one. Just because it's priced at $120 now doesn't mean it's not a bubble. Like, if you ever look at bubbles and you study them, just pull up Cisco. Pull up Cisco from 2000. It looked identical to this. Identical. You really want to invest right here? No, thank you. I'm good. 30-minute crossing up, Barnabas. Just keep it simple. Literally, I'll say it one more time. 30-minute crosses up. That means positivity can come. You're still in negative territory. The reason that... Okay, I'll show you guys how we were able to catch that GME was going to be a big move last week. We used the daily. The daily, we said, I would not fight against daily momentum. Right here. We said, I would not fight against this. And this is when I held that position. The next day, we increased by 47%. This is what can happen on those 30-minute charts, but this is positive territory. So 30-minute crossing up would be a good sign, but it has to go positive. The main thing, I think, the shortest time frame you can pay attention to see like a decent sign that momentum's going up, 2-hour chart curls up. Look how it's still positive. Still positive. Look right here. Right before this big pop, what happened with this? Right here, it went positive. Right here. 6 hours later, boom. That's what you want to pay attention to. $437, I like that level, but it can go lower. It can go lower. AMC, Can go all the way down to... where is it? AMC could go below $4. And it wouldn't surprise me at all. Because I'm being the market, I'm being the options market, I'm being the market maker. I wouldn't be surprised at all. It's what I expected by my calculation yesterday. Now we'll see, the 30 minutes getting a little oversold. Remember, anytime there's buying, they might just halt it. There's no halts when it's going down. There's no halts when it's going down by 7% in 30 minutes, and never a halt there. Trust me, I am very comfortable where I'm at with these guys, and if I see a 30-minute cross up, I'm going to take another position. But it hasn't happened yet, so I'm just waiting. Rigged. Sir, would you like to describe the stock market in one word? I'm going to go with rigged. Positive, negative thing. That's a MACD, MACD. That is the moving average convergence divergence. So and then if you want to just make it easy on yourself, I encourage people in my course, if they have trouble seeing it, just put this, type 0.00, put that on the center line. Then you'll know. Put that at 1, then you know. Make it a little red line. Say that is the line that I have to cross to go positive. This is the line I have to cross down to go negative. Manipulated is PC. My bad, my bad. I'm not very PC. I'm the opposite of PC. I grew up in when Call of Duty was first a thing, man. You guys remember getting called R words and F words? We're not allowed to say that because of LGBTQ stuff, but we're on YouTube. We got to be careful with that shit. Boeing's in my city too. Ooh, Boeing. You're in a 2-hour pullback. So you'd say, 30-minute crosses up, swing trade possibilities here as it's going negative, right? You just want to see if that can pop up for another move, but that move might be light. The move looks light. I'd rather see a big 2-hour pullback and then curl up. Then I'd see a bigger move. Rust. Yes, slot machine. You ever kill a dude and did you guys ever do XB Connect Halo? You ever kill a dude and they just like scream you're You think the stock, I think the whole market is manipulated. And I'm trying to teach you how to not get manipulated, how to kind of play their game. That's what I'm trying to teach you, Genocide. A Fortnite stream? I suck at Fortnite, dude. Once people started to learn how to build, I suck. I'm very good at Valorant. Very good at Valorant. I was Ascendant. I played with a pro coach once. He's a buddy of my friend. He lived with my friend. And he actually said, like, I'm pretty smart. I don't have the best aim, but I'm smart. The thing is, I'm really good at strategy in a FPS game. My aim's not the best, but it's good enough, and my strategy is good, which makes sense. Look at me with charts. I would do TFT, Teamfight Tactics, League of Legends, or Valorant are the 3 games I play, and then I play Final Fantasy VII on my Xbox. Hey, thanks for subbing, Tobes. I got a dog that we call Tobes. Yeah, SPY head and shoulders. We got to see PCC ratio. Still a little low. 15-minute cross down, you got a shot. You got a shot, but that hasn't curled down yet. I think we most likely get people excited by building a divergence up here, even on a 30-minute. I would really like to see just a rapid move up, and then that's just a rug pulled at the end of the day, but... Because that's how I would trick people the most. I'd be like, oh, a rejection divergence. Then I pop the 30-minute up, and then people are like, calls, and they rip it away. But thanks for subscribing. What did Tope say? Torn between buying more GME or AMC? Well, I'm going to tell you right now, you know what? Why don't you let the indicator do the decision for you? Why don't you pull up this one and this one, and leave both of the charts in front of you on the 30-minute, whichever one crosses first, you're like, sick, I'll go with that. The charts will tell you that. That's just the charts. YS, hello. What am I listening to? What just played? I chose a different playlist and oh wait, Boys Like Girls Love Drunk? Go a little emo vibe? Little like 2000s, early 2000s emo vibe? Alright. I'll listen to it. Jesus, there's a freaking fly. I like the SPY look here. Maybe I look at volatility though. I see if this 30-minute can curl up. That might be a hint. Maybe I look at the dollar, see if that can curl up. That'd be a hint insiders are selling more. The Dow curling up. If that's not able to curl up, maybe we follow the Dow, right? But now I'm hungover. Ooh. That is not the strongest look right now. That is just a low volume pump up. They're baiting you. Now that bait could take a lot of time, right? Because if people don't take the bait today, then they'll force you to take the bait later. Because if you just keep buying puts early, then you're probably going to just fuel the fire here. You're going to fuel the fire, allow them to just keep doing this, and you lose money. Oh, Uber. That hit the 50 like we said, right? Ooh, 15 minutes steep divergence with the rejection. Not a good look for Uber. Rejection divergence on the 30-minute. That's not a good look. Is it rolling over the 2-hour? Oh, if that rolls over the 2-hour, not a good sign. 15 minutes getting towards oversold, so you could see some kind of bounce like this. We'll see if that happens, but looks like maybe a 2-hour pullback is in the works here. Still very positive, though. That hit the daily. This was a great trade setup that we talked about. It's great. Yeah, we hit the 50. Perfect. That's what we were saying. I was like, I'd really just target the 50. It's right by the Bollinger. That's a great move. It's like we talked about it down here. 2 days later, someone brings it up, and I'm like, hell yeah, that's dope. But I talked about it so fast, so... Congratulations if you took the trade. Congratulations. You played it very, very well. You deserve all the credit. That is great. Good job. Take this side. Bidoo. A lot of divergence down here, but it's just never getting close to the center line. This is a 30-minute divergence right here. You see how important it is to remain positive. So if this curls up, it could see a positive move on the 30-minute. I think it's got a good chance to reverse that trend. It's a little bit far away, but you notice, like, see this? This is where it's like if you cross down, if you go negative, what do? Well, you go down, right? So that's why you don't want to cross negative here. You want it to hold up and turn. You're holding up, though, creating a strong base. That's great. Strong base. Now you can see if that positive trend comes over time. If that crosses, it's got to cross. You let the indicator do it for you. Baba? Let's do Baba first, and then we'll look over at GME again. That's a higher low. That's a good sign. But I bet on a 2-hour, this is looking pretty close to the center line. Yeah. You got to be careful with it. If this rolls over, so the 2-hour is your bearish one, right? 2-hour crossover. I should expect us to maybe taper off a little bit or something, do this, and then that would be a stronger base. But if we're going to go up from here, then you're not going to see like a 30-minute rolling negative, right? You're going to see this 30-minute just continue. So you see like 30-minute rolls up, now it's going positive. That's a good sign that you're going to like, now you could do something like mini head and shoulders here. Breakout above this level, good. Retest, good. As long as this remains, what the hell did I just do? New mouse. If this remains positive over time, you'll have little trade setups. But if that 2-hour rolls over negative, not the best sign for right now. Maybe a divergence in the future. Hey, I'm down too. You don't see me sweating at all. Because everything I expect, everything we expect. Has the 30-minute crossed up? No, so why should I expect upside? I should expect us to go down as long as this MACD remains not crossed. I've never found it, no one never found it, yeah. If you don't know I Prevail, I suggest you listen to them. I gotta go see them on my birthday. August. Leo fam, I hate this tattoo. I hate it. I love this one. Fuck yeah, let's go, Squirtle. Oh, I started designing, or my wife started designing the rest of my sleeve. I'm getting Vivi on my arm from Final Fantasy IX. Yes, thank you for subscribing. Is there a free script? Not really script. If you just want the sources here, I don't think I changed anything. I like 12, 26, close 9 EMAs. Looking into the abyss. A future is a myth. I'm holding on to hope, but it's a myth. That's what I do. And then right now, I don't have a 9-day moving average up. I have a 5-day. It's like the basic. It's like the whole joke is like if you're a Leo, you have on your body somewhere a Leo tattoo. And I'm like, I don't even. It's not even like. It's the first tattoo she ever did. And it's like faded and it just doesn't look very cool. Apple event in 10 minutes? Right now, 30 minutes negative. If that event changes it, 30-minute could send it higher. 50 call Uber. Great call out. Thanks whoever that was. Marina, yeah, now is the time. At the tops, they try to confuse you the most, too. I have a lion tattoo playing chess. That's kind of sick. Sell the news. It could take place later. You just want to pay attention to your signals. Don't assume anything. Let your charts tell you what's happening. The devil is real, and I'm caught in his grip. So I shouldn't assume AMC is going to head higher. Why? The chart's not telling me that. But if this crosses, then I could say, hey, there's a chance. And then if it goes bullish, I can start to assume the stock goes higher. Any indication for reversal in GME? Not as of right now. Not as of right now. The 15-minute has not even curled up yet. You don't have divergence on the MACD and RSI at the same time. The only thing GME still has going for it as of today is it hasn't crossed over on daily MACD. So technically, daily momentum is still positive. It's just saying pullback. And then the confirmation of a pullback would be if we're negative, if we're down tomorrow. And then if this remains in positive territory, it means it could happen any time. But in order for me to think like it could happen at any time, how could I see if it's going to go higher? 30-minute crosses, 30-minute goes positive. That would be my first indication it could happen. Oh yeah, shop. I forgot. Tony's in here. I got to look at Shopify. Ooh. I do not trust these moves, man. Good divergence. Great little divergence point right here. I love this buy. It's a sketchy one. Sometimes the sketchy ones pay the most. 57.79 was a buy point, according to your MACD indicator, and it never went negative. That is so cool. Okay, now you did scoop up and create the cup. You could get a handle first. So 30-minute, I would expect, ooh, there's some good divergence here. Multiple point divergence. Pullback looks likely from this area because the 2-hour is so positive. So I would say this is a good point to be like, okay, it's probably going to create a handle. That would be healthy. So if it's going to remain healthy, it would pull back and then curl back up, and we do this. If it's not healthy and it keeps going, be careful. Unless that's V-shaped recovery, but let me look at the daily. Ooh, good cross up. See the daily though, you're not out of the woods yet. Because if this doesn't create the handle and that's more dramatic, you could cross over the daily and see something back here. So a little cautious, but right now it looks like most likely cup and handle, a pullback on the 2-hour. Looks pretty cool. Let's see how overbought that is. Yeah, see, it's overbought as hell. So 2-hour pullback, even that could just stay flat too. Just pull this down, curl back up. PayPal. Another one potential for a cup and handle. Another potential. This is where you want to create that handle. Look at the base. Something around that area. Like this is a good place to create full cup. Now you get a handle. So 2-hour pullback looks likely here as well. But that doesn't mean it has to do this, right? It can just move slightly sideways, a little down, slightly sideways, and then just do that. And that could be enough to do this for an entry. I don't want to chase, right? Chasing isn't that good. Now 30 minutes already curled down. If that curls up, it just might be brief. That's why I'm worried. 30 minute doesn't have much momentum left in it here. Okay, halts happen in stocks and they're supposed to be beneficial for retail traders. Halts happen in stocks because they're supposed to be beneficial for retail so they can digest what's happening and then make a decision. But we proved last week, we showed you guys, we can show you guys here live if you want to see why halts are rigged. I can show you GME, I can show you it in the charts. Who wants to see how halts are rigged in the charts of GME? I'll show you right now. Amazon needs a 2-hour pullback, I'm pretty sure. It has 30-minute rejection, divergence, 15-minute divergence. 2-hour pullback makes the most sense here. You want to see? All right, I'll show you guys how you can see how GME is rigged with the halts. We did this live, by the way, if you want to go back and check on this date. But we pulled up a 5-minute chart right here on this day. If you want to go search it, that was, if you want to go look at the live video from June 3rd. And there was a halt right away in the day. And I just stopped everyone. I said, I'm going to pull up a 5-minute chart. This is how you know that it's rigged. A halt means there should be no trading taking place on this. Everyone is not supposed to be trading on it so that they can digest and make a decision once it opens back up. And I said, if there is illegal activity on this, we are going to see short selling, which will drive the stock price down, and we will gap down. And we sat live, and we watched, and sure enough, it gapped down. That's all you need to see to know they're doing illegal activity. That's all you need to see. The charts will tell you everything if you know what to look for. They will tell you everything. That right there, not legal to do. It's supposed to be halted. It's not. That's how you know right away. They tell you halts are going to benefit retail traders. The opposite is always the truth when it comes to the media. Halts are meant to hurt retail traders. PCC is at 0.88. You can trade if you learn their game. If you learn their game and you risk manage, you can trade. But that's why I encourage investing. Investing is a lot better. Because if you know these little things, you can just invest, do like a monthly chart, work a regular job, and just make 20, 30% a year, depending on what stock you're investing in. FSLR. 2 on from me. First, so, ooh, wonky. Oh, 2-hour, this is great. This is kind of what we're talking about with PayPal and the other one. What was the other one? PayPal, maybe it was Shopify. I can't remember, but this is what we're talking about with 2-hour pullbacks. Look at this. Pulls down to the center line. If there's another positive move in it, it's going to cross, and then you have a little upside. Now, what I would have done was I would have created a range for this stock like we teach you on the course, right? We teach you a simple way to make it, or just look it up. You can look it up right now. I'm not hiding that by any means. Look up the calculation and make a range. And then you say, okay, the options market expects this to get to 320. Let's say 320. So if this made a move to 320, why would I go against what the options maker, what the market makers are saying, what the options market is saying? We know it's rigged. So if it gets up there, then that's where they would convince people to go long and then rip it away from them. So, boom, great target. So 2-hour crossing up looks beautiful here if it can cross up. Gotta wait for your indicator to tell you what to do. I don't tell you what to do. Your indicator does. Very cool though. Good find. Nyla, thank you for sharing that. Or Nile, sorry, I don't know if I'm saying your name right, but thank you, because that was a great example after looking at PayPal. Okay, so AMD crossing, but you got 31 minutes left. Let's see. And we still could get like a rigged 15-minute bounce because we're still pretty oversold here. We got a little divergence, so Just pay attention. I like Barnes and Noble, man. Ooh, ooh, that's not what you want to see. You're getting tapering, but kind of a sketchy one. Ooh, yeah, that's not a good look. But if this has short selling in it, like, I get it, but a lot of the ones will go away. See, look, you're creating a daily divergence though. If that ever popped up, I'd be like, cool. If there's a short selling problem and a divergence makes it go higher, that could screw them. But for now, this looks pretty dead. Why? It's negative territory on the daily. That's when we say, like, for now, it is not looking good. 30-minute, if that goes positive, we can change our thinking. Oh, the SPY's movement's weird. It's been weird for the last month. Like, the SPY's movement has been weird since since like way back here. The SPY's movement's been weird since February, but we've been doing pretty good at it. We called this stuff. We called this stuff. Very, very good. But yeah, it's a time where if, like, you're just getting started, you can really be like, I don't want to do this. Genuine. It does make people feel that way. PCC at 0.88, so that's not enough. They're going to stall it here and make you make a decision. Make retail make a decision. Yeah, it could go all the way up to like 130 this week, I think. 30 minutes gonna cross here. Awesome. Look for that divergence now. This one was very wonky. I like mine to be clear. See how that, like, this isn't really even divergence, right? So I want it to do this. Now it has divergence at these levels, by the way. So if it goes higher, I'm just waiting for that 30 minute to cross over. If I was thinking of, like, if I was holding long, this is something that I would be like, okay, maybe this is my first indication to get out. Because this weekly, that weekly rolls over. You got a steep divergence on the RSI. It's not pretty. And see how it looks just like Abercrombie and Fitch? Pulls down, pops up, pop up, pop up. Abercrombie and Fitch looks like a bubble too, which is weird. Do people still wear Abercrombie and Fitch? Or are they like a... I didn't know they even were still a company. I mean, I did, but I wouldn't think that they were booming. They do not. Hey, if you are Abercrombie and Fitch, it's your life. That's fine. I'm just saying that was big in, like, high school, I guess. And I don't think I've even seen one. Oh, I've definitely seen one, actually. I haven't been in one since I was like 17. Oh, they remarketed. Okay, cool. I'll check in. I just remember the girls back then loved their jeans, Abercrombie and Fitch jeans in like the 2000s. There's just a man screaming. The one I want in my head. Alright guys, I am going to let me do this, let me pause. We've been breaking down stuff a lot and I'm starting to lose steam. So I'm gonna hop off for a little bit. I'll see if something crazy happens, I will hop back live. But for now, I'm gonna hop off for a little bit. I gotta get me some lunch, and wifey's not here, so I gotta go make lunch. But I appreciate you guys being here today. I really do. Just pay attention to your indicators. Let them tell you what's happening. 15-minute looks like it might roll over for the SPY, but this could still be a pullback overall. I'm not necessarily convinced until we create that divergence that this could come down. I'm not fully convinced of Head and Shoulders, but I could be. If this starts to roll negative, I could be. But I just want to say I appreciate you guys being here. You guys have been fantastic today. A lot of questions, a lot of good info, a lot of clicking around a chart, so I'm losing steam. And I don't want to be like, oh yeah, the RSI. So I'm going to go eat some lunch and stuff, and I might be back. If something crazy happens, I'll come back by the end of the day. Other than that, the last hour of the day, I'll come back. But if nothing crazy happens, I most likely will just like kind of read into it a little, see what I think's going on here, and then give you guys that YouTube video tonight. All right. So thank you guys for being here. Stick around, chat in here if you want. Give your opinions, talk back and forth. That's fine. I'll leave you on here for 20 minutes, and I really appreciate it. Wish me a good lunch. Your boy's hungry. Peace out. Good beginner stock of in terms of indicators, a bit more straightforward. I'm getting so confused with all the traps. Yeah, well, you're going to see traps in this market like a ton. Something that could really help out if you want to see things clearly. I know it's a bear market, but you'll see things very, very clearly actually in a bear market when it comes to momentum, okay? So like these right here, this is going to look like nonsense, all of this, but do you see the big swings? Okay, so every single time you see a big swing, you can see divergence down here. It's more clear. You see divergence right here. It's more clear. Actually, bear markets are very easy to see my style. That's why I love bear markets, and I hope we go into one soon. For my trading, not for, you know, the average person out there, because that'd be bad. But then you can do this on weeklies. You can do this on dailies. You can find 30-minute divergences. There's 30-minute divergence right here. I know it for a fact. There's 2-hour divergence right here. I know it for a fact. There might be 30-minute divergence there. I know it for a fact. There's like 2-hour triple divergence, right? There's a ton of good stuff in a bear market. If you're trying to practice, try to look at this kind of stuff, because the environment we're in now is just nonsense. You can't say this is an easy time to learn. It's just not. You're getting ripped around. But like back here, you had a good example, right? Here's a good example of triple divergence, right? When it's clear, that's when I take the trade. I take trades when it's very, very clear, okay? So, and if you need to wait, that means you might have to be patient. You might have to be patient and wait till the signals are very clear. And I'm kind of doing that right now. I'm not necessarily, I got out of my volatility position until I see what's going on here. So I'm doing it myself, okay? So I'm doing it myself. You're not the only one confused by the market. I'm understanding it, and it's changing every 15 minutes. No real news today. I know Apple has an event, right? So Apple has an event. Looks like it's going to be bullish for a second, curling up on the 15-minute. Watch out for divergence. It could sell off, but we'll see. See if it violates those divergences. That's very important as well. Just pay attention to your risk, guys. You'll be just fine. I'm going to go eat me some lunch. Peace out, guys. Thanks for being here today. Later.